Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshe traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thanks so much for joining. Hit that like button and please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. Announcement number one. The documentary, guys, I appreciate the support. Again, I appreciate the support. If you have not purchased my documentary, guys, and I'm banging the drum, banging the bell, ringing the bell, whatever, however you say it, but you guys know what I mean. If you have not purchased my documentary, please visit documentary.searchforhuru.com. I know it's a little bit of a tongue twister, but please visit documentary.searchforhuru.com. Let me put the link in the chat room. Or you can just go to searchforhuru.com and then click on documentary or go to Dolphin Africa, click on documentary. But please visit and purchase and support the documentary. I will greatly appreciate it, guys. I want this to be the number one documentary. This documentary is fully independent, guys. Give me 1 second. So, guys, please visit documentary.searchforhuru.com. Again, please visit documentary.searchforhuru.com and purchase and stream the documentary. I will greatly appreciate it. Link is on the chat room. Link is in the chat room and it's on the screen. I will greatly appreciate it, y'all. Really need your guys' support. Like I said, this is a completely independent documentary. All right. I bootstrapped this myself. Yeah. This is all done by me. I just paid an editor to help out. But again, please visit documentary.searchforhuru.com and buy the documentary. Once you stream it, it is yours forever. Guys, give me 1 second. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry, my son just came. So that's what's going on, guys. I love all of you guys. Thank you so much for the support over the years. It really means a lot. We roll to Nigeria here in about a week, a little over a week. Then we're going to Zanzibar in September, Kenya in September as well. And we're rolling to Ghana and Ivory Coast in November as well as Sierra Leone in November as well, and Benin Republic in January. So yeah, let's jump into today's topic. I am in full support of Ibrahim Traoré banning Sharia law. I am in full support of that. There is no place in Africa for Sharia law, period. It's not African. It is anti-African. It is militant, radical Arabism. There is no place on the continent for Sharia law. And I appreciate Captain Traoré for moving forward. Tobe, thank you for the support. I support Captain Traoré for making this move. In fact, let me pull up the video. He actually has a video speaking on this. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. I want to see where there was a clip of him actually speaking on it, and he said, if you're in Saudi Arabia, if you're in Burkina Faso and you're in Saudi Arabia studying Sharia law, you need to keep your ass there. Let me see if it's on X. But yeah, but he was like, listen, if you're in Saudi Arabia and you're studying Sharia law, there's no place for it here in Burkina Faso. You keep your butt up there. I love every second of that when he said that. Here we go. Found it. Oh, there we go.
Au courant de la sortie, on est en train de recenser dans certains pays arabes, en train d'apprendre quelque chose. On a recensé les dernières statistiques, j'étais 800 et quelques. J'ai regardé la fiche. Personne n'est au courant de la sortie. Personne n'est au courant de ce qu'ils font. Les ambassades qui sont là-bas ne sont pas au courant d'eux. Et vous savez ce qu'ils apprennent? La Sharia, les lois islamiques et la jurisprudence islamique. Personne de ces 800 et quelques qu'on m'a montré la liste la dernière fois n'apprend un seul métier. Personne. C'est pour venir appliquer la Sharia ici. Vous voyez pourquoi c'est bien de contrôler ceux qui sortent. C'est pourquoi je dis la phase importante est devant nous. Ces gens-là, je vais les faire revenir. Celui qui ne va pas revenir, c'est qu'il n'est plus burkinabé. Mais on est en train de recenser. Il faut qu'on change. Si nous, c'est-à-dire vous-même les imams ici, vous ne pouvez pas former nos jeunes à l'islam, il faut laisser. Que ce soit les jeunes catholiques, les jeunes protestants, les jeunes on va financer nous-mêmes tout ce qui est religion. Il faut noter ça, on va trouver un petit pour ça. Parce que beaucoup de gens sont attirés vers ça à cause de l'argent, rien que l'argent. Ils reçoivent les financements, ils font ce qu'ils ont à faire, on fait sortir les enfants, ils partent apprendre la charia, et ce qu'ils doivent payer. Jamais, moi je ne vais pas permettre ça. Non. Donc, ceux-là qui étaient là, j'ai entendu des gens dire que non, ils me soutenaient, c'est quoi? Si tu me soutenais à cause de ça, il ne faut même plus me soutenir. C'est quoi?
All right, there it is from the horse's mouth. Let me put the link in the chat room if you guys want to call in and add to the conversation. And hey, some of you guys might support Sharia law, but we don't, in Africa, we don't veil our women. Again, in Africa, we do not veil our women. Let me bring Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Dynasty. Happy Sunday to you, brother.
Happy Sunday.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Spain, man. They beat that racist ass country Argentina, man. And the little black boy, the Ghanaian Liberian black boy who gave the assist, Nico Williams. Shout out to his family too. But look, let me say this, right? You know, I disagree with the captain on certain things, but I think what he's doing is great. My sentiment is similar to yours, Dynasty. I think practicing a religion itself is nothing wrong with it. But if it's going to radicalize people to the point where they're killing other Africans, that's a problem. Regardless of the religion that you follow, people think I hate Islam. I only dislike it when they're killing people. If they're peaceful Muslim like other Burkina Faso are, you'll never hear me speak against them. But if you're killing people, regardless of how much I like or dislike your religion, I'm going to speak against it. The worst thing you can do is to kill a person. You can bash their religion, you can bash their culture. That's that's inconsequential when it comes to taking a gun and killing somebody because of whatever religious views you have. So for me, I think what he's doing is great. I think the fact that he's putting his foot down, because people get radicalized in these Islamic schools because they tell you that if you want to be a good Muslim, if you want to enter Jannah, you want to enter heaven or paradise, you have to do what the Prophet did. you know, and most Muslims, in their words, are not following the true sunnah or the true, teachings of the Prophet. So when you go back home, you got to make sure you impose, certain straight Islamic laws and ideology to make sure that the people are on the right path so that they can get to Jannah. So you have these guys coming back with the fervor and the zeal after coming from Saudi Arabia, and the Arabians themselves don't really practice Sharia law. You know, the Arabs in many Arab countries don't really go as hard as some Africans in Nigeria and other African countries try to go, to implement straight, Islamic adherence. So I think some people say he's a secular kind of person. You know, there's nothing wrong with practicing your religion as long as it's not imposing harm, especially killing people in your country. And then again, he's fighting jihadists. And, young people who are susceptible to these things are in these kind of mataba or, madrasa, where they learn these kinds of teaching and they're easily radicalized. And then they become your enemy. Your own Burkina citizens are radicalized and they're fighting against you because they see you now as the enemy of Islam. So hopefully, he's going to be safe, because there could be people next to him, people close to him who have these ideology, who are covertly having these ideology. And once you go against them, they start to plot against you because they see you as an enemy of Allah or enemy of Islam. So God bless him, and hopefully he'll stay protected, because sometimes the jihadists may be right next to you. You may not even know. But I pass the mic, Dennis.
Sure. All right, guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. I greatly appreciate it. Go ahead, Mansake.
Peace, love and chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Just want to correct brother Elvis on one thing. They're not jihadists. These are terrorists and these are mercenaries, right? But back to the conversation about this. Yeah, it's absolutely needed. For a long time, the continent has been asleep. And, one of the things is like, when it comes to Islam, it's like almost like a taboo, like you can't say certain things, And I'm glad that IB addressed it, because as you know, in that region, this is secular. They got Christians, you got Muslims, you got Hebrews, you also got traditionalists. And he also made it clear, he said no religion will be above in Burkina Faso, because again, everyone has a right to practice their freedom of religion. So you make that very, very clear. Because what happened is they'll go there to Saudi Arabia, they'll get radicalized, and they'll come back, and whatever they learn from there in Saudi, they want to practice here in their country. Dinus, you've been in New York, right? Before, right?
Yes, of course.
All right. Have you ever been to those corner stores where they got the Middle Easterners, either from Saudi or from Qatar or whatever, in New York City?
Yeah.
And have you ever noticed how they be selling liquor, right?
Of course.
So you know that in Islam it's forbidden for you to even sell liquor, to make money off liquor, but yet they sell it anyway, though, right?
Yeah, of course they do.
So yeah, so that should tell you something, right? They're not as religious as they claim to be. Not all, not all. Let's be clear, not all, but that should tell you something. You know, while you have these Africans practicing Islam, you know, day and night practicing, praying 5 times a day, going to Juma every Friday, whatever. You know, their brethren over there in the Middle East, they're not that religious. You know, they use that shield to come to Africa and say, hey, because I'm Muslim, you're Muslim, we're supposed to be brothers. While you sitting over here doing your 5-time prayer, that guy's over there taking your resources and stuff, making sure that you're dumbed down to the point that you can't function. But yet you go to Saudi, Qatar, Dubai, the UAE, they got the resources, some of the resources that they got from Africa, their oil, and they able to have their infrastructure. You know, you can't just go and just pray in the middle of the street. You got to get authorization. But yet when IB does it, everyone wants to give him a hard time of it. I mean, he's no different what they're doing, you know? And also too, those sermons that they have over there, they're monitored to make sure you're not preaching any radicalization. In fact, they had an incident 2-3 weeks ago in Niger, which Imam was trying to preach some radical on a thing on the sermon. Guess what? Those people went and told the Niger government, "Hey, listen, this guy needs to be arrested because he's preaching radicalization." And you know what? They arrested that guy. You know, and this is all under the banner of Pan-Africanism. You know, so I mean, like I said, you got some guests that say, "Hey, Pan-Africanism don't work," and blah blah blah, this and that. But as you see, he's working for them in the AES countries. They was able to have a unified army, passports. They was able to nationalize some of their resources. And as you see, they're in Mali right now fighting those terrorists. You know, like I said, Natalie Yam, when she got her sanctions placed on her, Nigeria came to the rescue, gave her a diplomatic passport. When Kemi Siba, who you met personally, got his citizenship revoked in France, Nigeria King gave him a diplomatic passport under the banner of Pan-Africanism. You know, not saying it work in all places, but in the AES is fundamentally working well. They was able to nationalize their gold, so they can take those gold and get certain resources and certain allocations, and they're using those funds to build the roads, build the infrastructure, and everything. Because that Sharia law, man, it just dumbs out people, man, make them less educated. You know, but
Dennis, I got a question for you, right? I don't. Have you ever been to the north in Nigeria ever, even when it was
Just
quote unquote better?
if Abuja is considered the north, just Abuja.
Okay, yeah, because you know, in some northern states they have Sharia, you know,
Right,
and
correct.
I wonder what it would take.
It's actually in the Constitution that you can have it. It was just crazy to me.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I wonder what it would take to reverse that. You know,
And there's such a grip, Islamic, like radical Islamic grip on Nigeria right now. It's not gonna. I don't see it reversing anytime soon. Put it like that.
right?
As far as
Because
removing Sharia law from the Constitution.
right, because in places like Sokoto, which is way up there and kind of isolated, but it's a heavily Islamic state in northern Nigeria. A lot of people take the laws into their own hands, thinking that they're fighting or protecting Islam. Like what happened with that girl, Deborah, who was burned to death, you know, by her fellow students at a university. You know the story about that, Diamond.
Well, I'll do you one better. Well, don't want to pit these two tragedies together. So in some of these northern states, if you have a Christian church, right, you have to get your what's it called, your sermon approved by an imam before you could actually preach it on Sundays.
what, in Nigeria?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
shit, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So I mean, again, I don't want to get too deep into that. You know, I'm just saying the fact that people are easily radicalized because if you study, you know, Sharia law, there's a lot of stringent things that is almost impossible to uphold. And once you make a mistake as a human person, a human being, you get punished for it. You get whipping, you get lashed, you get stoned in certain cases. And again, the Arabs themselves are not practicing it. They have a more lax, you'll see it on TV and you think, oh, these guys are so straight. The women can't do this. In places like Turkey, and not to expose anything, but they have a large prostitution, thing going on in Egypt and Turkey, and they tell you
But
that is
Elvis,
what?
correctly, Turkish, they're not Arabs, man.
Well, yeah, but they're Muslim for the most part.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're not
Right.
Arabs. Just
So
translate.
yeah, the point is, like you were saying, Africans go to these places and they bring back draconian laws and try to impose it on other Africans. And then if the government tried to go against them, they take the government to be an enemy and they start to fight the government. And that's a problem. So hopefully it doesn't go, because I think the Burkinabes, as they're saying, they're more moderate in their thinking of Islam. So I don't
I mean,
think.
it's not just Burkina Faso too. Just to make it clear, because I brought this up too. They had a guy in Guinea who tried to do the same thing, and when as soon as he went and he opened his mouth talking about we're gonna push Sharia law in Guinea, he got arrested immediately. Because those countries, again, they're secular. Like I said, yes, you might have a majority population of Muslims, but they also got Christians. You also got Hebrews. You also have traditionalists too. And part of the culture, like for example, we call them Motherbook, who are traditionalists and stuff too in the modern day culture. It's part of the culture. So if you're implementing Sharia law, that means you have to get rid of Christians, Hebrews, and also the traditionalists, which is not going to happen.
Right. Yeah.
All
So
right, guys,
I
hit the
mean,
like button if you want to call in. Again, hit the like button if you want to call in and add to the conversation. Link is in the chat room. Quick,
yeah, you gotta post it again, Don.
yeah, I just posted again. Guys, if you have not bought my documentary In Search of Uhuru, please go and shout out to Elvis because Elvis has bought like 3 copies. Um, please go to documentary.searchforuhuru.com, documentary.searchforuhuru.com, and buy the documentary. I will greatly appreciate it. Again, I bootstrap this, guys. Pretty much everything I do, I bootstrap. There's no investors um, or whatnot. Like I'm pretty much put up my own dough from the super chats and the trips. So, guys, please go and support the documentary. Visit documentary.searchforuhuru.com, documentary.searchforuhuru.com, and buy the documentary. I will greatly appreciate it, guys. There's 91 of you in the chat room right now. All 91 of you should be streaming this. So please go to documentary.searchforuhuru.com and buy it. I will greatly appreciate it. It really means a lot. All right, go ahead.
And
Yeah, I
then
want to
also,
ask. I want to ask a question quickly. Do you think that this pronouncement or decree or whatever it is going to put it's going to try to it's going to radicalize more people to fight against the regime, or do you think it's going to, I don't know if it's going to be a positive or a negative in terms of fighting the
I mean,
jihadists?
this is the positive because it's like the people because Africa has one of the youngest populations in the world, and the young people are behind the AES. They are willing to put in the work. If IB says, "Hey, I need you to do this," they're going to do it because currently he's the president of the AES right now. So they're behind him no matter what. Like I said, you do have others like from Algeria. You got some from Mali, some from France, some from Mauritania, even some from Somalia and Sudan, who are trying to condemn his speech, even to the point that they're saying that how he's speaking to Islam, and that's not what he said. What he said is pretty much when these guys go to Saudi Arabia, they're not taught a trade, they're not talk about technology, math, engineering, or technology. They're just solely practicing Islamic law, which is nuts. Because again, you come here, you preach Islamic law, and where you getting your money from? The money you gain from Saudi Arabia, and the money you get from Saudi Arabia, guess what? You're gonna be doing their bidding. So you gotta follow what they got to give you and what you got to do. So that's the issue.
But we need more people to join the live, guys. Come and join the panel, man. It's just,
Well, yeah, I mean, the links in the chat room. I guess I need to do more FBA topics and shows.
I don't. Some people are afraid to talk
call
about
it.
this, Don. It's a touchy thing. A lot of people don't want to offend
How
other
is
people.
how is it touchy?
Nah, when you
Because-
speak on certain things, people think you're against Islam or you're Islamic phobic. So some people just
I don't see why any African would defend Sharia law.
But listen, you just got listen. They have a campaign right now, Dinas, that when he said that, also two people forget. He said there was a 1,300 years of Islamic, of Arab enslavers, right? That enslaved Africans, right? Do you know that these morons are going online saying that has never happened? It's not true. Do you believe that, Dinas?
I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, but it just soaked me because that's how brainwashed that they are. That they can't even admit that it happened. They had to deny it and say it don't happen. The form of brainwashing, man. But they got Bandit inside the chat, so I'll let Bandit speak.
All right, guys. Links in the chat room. Go ahead, Bandit.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. My comment on it is I'm 100% happy that Ibrahim Traoré did this. 100% because that's like true Pan-Africanism, heart and through, you know? Because he didn't let, I'm not going to necessarily attack religion, but he didn't let people use religion or whatever against his country, use religion, use politics, all this stuff, like what's going on all over the world, you know? Like here in America, we have stuff going on like that. Got the FBAs, got the conservative, the Democrat, that we need to do this and we need to do that type stuff. Over there, they're all united front. And I said one of the biggest things why they're a united front is because one thing's point blank period is they're facing extermination. They know what's going to happen if these terrorists take over the country. All of them do. They look next door. They know what's going to happen. So they have to stick together. And if it means it's not going to matter who's Muslim or who's not, you hit Darfur. In Darfur, they're killing Black Africans who are committed Muslims. They don't care. So I would give big ups to Ibrahim for just pointing out the obvious, not letting religion or any political factors get in the way and just shooting it straight. I mean, I'm sure all of you guys listened to his speech, his whole speech. It was really eye-opening to me, for sure. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. So let me ask you a question, Bandit. And what part of the speech pretty much like motivated you besides this point of Sharia law? I wanted to ask you your opinion on the speech. Bandit, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I had to deal with something. Yeah, what motivated me was when they told me about the DGSE and how the DGSE was literally poisoning everyone in Africa with products that they said they wanted to send to the terrorists. And the way he described how everything was, and how he described that there were hundreds of students that were sent out of the country.
And
they
did
were
you
literally
notice?
they were sent out of the country, and come to find out that nobody could trace them, none of the diplomats could trace them, and comes out they're being radicalized in Saudi Arabia and being sent back to cause terrorism. So that was the one thing that I did not know, and that was shocking. It just tells you who's exactly behind it, who's doing all the dirty work, and you can't trust any of these Western countries to help you out, or trust any country at all, because they have an underlying agenda.
And did you also notice too? He brought up about the human zoo in France that closed down in 1994.
The what?
There was a
The
human
zoo?
zoo. Yeah, they had a human zoo full of Ivorians
Oh,
who would act
I've
like
been known that. I've known that.
no,
I've known
yeah,
that.
but
They had one in America too.
mm,
They had one in America too. They got protests and that got shut down. There was a pygmy African who was put in that zoo until there was protests to get him out of the zoo. I
right.
think the guy, yeah, they've done that all over, plenty of times. So
Mhm.
it's not new to me.
No, but the interesting part for me is that when Burkina Faso went and closed down the embassy for France, right? You had some Ivorians that were crying about it, saying that why would Burkina Faso do that, right? So when France went and closed the embassy in France, right? You had Ivorians cheering and saying, "Yeah, France needs to do that. That's what they get." But yet, when IB went and dropped about this information about the human zoo, because again, a lot of Africans don't know about the human zoo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They're quiet online about it. They're not saying nothing about it.
yeah, just because they're brainwashed. That's what
Right.
it is. They're brainwashed. It's kind of like this conservative Democrat bullshit we hear, and it's overall as they both sides rely on the Africans to depend on them. Like you see people who talk about the Democratic side that says they need help, they need stuff, but when you start seeing stuff like Dinus, you remember that one lady that said black people don't even know anything about computers?
What lady said? Oh, the white lady.
The white lady and stuff. And when you look at stuff like, say, for example, stuff like Charleston White and all them we're looking up, this whole stuff about how the state of Black America is in, white liberals constructed that. White liberals and white conservatives constructed that because they rely on our dependence on them. That's how they make money. But I can't necessarily blame them 100% because I'd say a good majority of it comes back on us because we allow them to do that. You know what I'm saying?
That's not the top. That's not the topic, bro. Stick on the topic.
Yeah, I'll stick to the topic. That's fine. But what's been going? I mean, it kind of is. If you're talking about his speech, he's been talking about that stuff too, because Ibrahim was talking about how you got Africans who's sitting there who basically he was talking about sellouts and all this other crazy stuff that was going on. Like how he was talking about, are we really cursed because we're sitting here, we're basically racing to the bottom. You know what I mean? So like, it's not necessarily against the topic. How can I put it? I relate to it. Like it hit real home for me, for real. It hit home.
Somebody
It was
says.
really big.
Somebody in the comment section says, "Islam haters, y'all all going to hell, inshallah."
He's
No,
trolling.
dude,
He
you
got it.
just brainwashed because you cannot admit that there's certain people who are radicalized. You know, you got these damn
Damn shit.
mercenaries, certain right now in Mali, right now doing horrendous things to citizens. You know what I'm saying? They're going around raping women, kidnapping children, neutralizing freaking men and women. You know,
Yeah,
under the
it's
banner
just,
of Islam. You know,
and they
it's a
say,
problem, man.
and the worst part about it is they say that that they say that they try to bring this stuff up about race and stuff, saying it doesn't matter which race, we're all one and under Islam. But when you look at the contrary, they're doing 10 times worse to to other blacks, bro. Like it's insane.
But
You know,
Giannis,
it's like if you take the Arab culture out of Islam, bro, there's not gonna be no Islam. Period.
right.
If you take the Arab culture out of Islam, there's not gonna be no Islam.
But I just
Yeah,
wanted to point out. I just wanted to point out something too. So you got another guy in the chat, Saru Body. He's definitely African. You know, he called Traoré. He prays 5 times a day, and then you know he does his thing. He just made it be known. So it's like when you address an issue, even if you're Muslim yourself, apparently you're a fake Muslim. You just can't absolutely say nothing. You gotta accept everything 100%. But these are the brainwashed Africans what IB was talking about. Wanted to point that out.
Everything else, is, I won't say permissible, but everything else that's peaceful, even if I disagree with it ideologically, as long as you're not killing and hurting people and raping people because of that ideology, I'm fine with it. Dennis knows I disagree with certain traditional practices, but those people are not in unison that we need to go kill other people who are not adhering to our traditional ways, you know. And any group whose ideology is different, and they are fine with being different and being peaceful, I'm never against them. But in Africa, a country like Burkina Faso that probably would be doing much better right now if they weren't fighting jihadists and separatist groups who are getting support from other, fellow Muslim Islamic nations, will be doing much better. So the real enemies, I know some people say is the West, France, is others, maybe, but the real immediate enemy on the ground are other, Muslims who have been radicalized and who want to impose certain ideals of Islam. And that's why I think it's a problem because it's not just in one spot. It's spread out over West Africa and other places in Africa. So when you look at the big picture, it's like this is an issue, this is a problem. And West Africans, how can we get away from that? Because it's not going to stop. It's only going to spread if you don't really put your foot on the neck and try to stomp it out. So I think what Traore is doing is great because he's a president. He's a Muslim. So I guarantee you, if he had been maybe a Christian president or a traditionalist or whatever, they would have deemed him to be an enemy of Islam. But even what you're saying, Mansik, that other people now are criticizing him from other countries, other Islamic, or other Muslims are criticizing him. But it would have been worse if he was a Christian or a traditionalist president. He would have been saying people would have been saying he's an enemy of Islam. Maybe some leaders will put a fatwa against him or whatever. And his life will be even in more danger. So I don't know. It's a dangerous ideology. And if you don't adhere to it, if you speak against it, then you're targeted. But I'm sure you'll be all right. Hopefully you'll be all right. But I criticize him for his lack of perpetuating democracy. But outside of that, I think he's doing relatively well. Not just because of what he said with the Sharia thing, but I think economically he seems. I've been watching and studying up on what he's doing. They said something like they made $18 billion in gold revenue, which is outstanding. All of those things are good, but the problem is when you take away certain democratic rights of the people. God forbid he gets overthrown by another person, and that person is not as good as a leader as he is, and is a bad leader. But he's taking away all of the mechanism that could remove that person democratically, and now that person is stuck in there.
Elvis,
Hold on. Let me finish my thought. Now that person is stuck in there because the previous president or leader removed all of the things that could have checked that person's power. So that's one of the issues I have with him. But outside of that, he's decent. Go ahead, man. Say,
no, I was just gonna say is, I mean, I understand your issue with democratic rule, but my thing is that regardless of what we think, if the Burkina Faso want IB there and he's doing a great job, we can't lecture them on democracy. They just got to do their own thing. If it fails, it fails. If they're doing well, let them do their thing. But from the Burkina Faso that I spoke to, they're very happy with IB because they're seeing roads getting implemented. They're seeing infrastructure. Every damn day is a new project. I mean, you go to sleep, he's like Tupac, man. He's like he goes, hit him up, he just drop one thing after another, after another, after another. In fact, July, I think 21st, they're about to open up a power plant. You know what I'm saying? They have their own cell phone manufacturing. They have a lot of things on the works and stuff too, which is happening every single day. Especially they did that diaspora bond, which it was able to get $252 million. Now, Elvis, you're from Liberia. You know, right? If any other African country would have asked the diaspora to invest in a bond in Africa, would they do it? Especially at that much, 252 million? That
yeah,
should
I
tell you
think
something.
No, I think they will. The thing that is impressing me, and I don't know the details on it, but the mechanism that they use to collect the money, and also this is I hate to say it, but this is like a dictatorship, right, or a military dictatorship. So I think had it been a democratic government where people could steal the money and you have to go through a court process, it probably would have been more corrupt. But since you had the iron grip on that government, it's probably less likely to get stolen by members of the government, a member of the finance ministry. But no, I think other countries, like even my country, we've been asking for something like that to try to speed up our development, to raise money from the diaspora, like a developmental fund. But the mechanism is what we're having issues with. Who's going to collect the money? Who's going to, disperse it? Who's going to do this and who's going to do that? So there's a lack of trust with the government and people probably stealing and siphoning off the money. But if they did that and the country got that money untouched, nobody took any of it, that's impressive. But I think most Africans want to contribute to their countries if you put a fund out there that they can do, donate to.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, as long as
I
it's
could also say
assisted,
that you can't really. I could say you can't really criticize his dictatorship if his dictatorship is doing 10 times better than the democracy they were under for about 3 decades. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to me because all the things that the people have been asked to get and develop for years and years and like decades, he's finally doing it. While the other governments and stuff, they're being pushed to the side. I don't see anything wrong with his dictatorship. Sometimes you need stuff like that. Like in ancient Rome, they usually had some form of dictatorship when things weren't getting done, where one person actually just came in and just got stuff done. And that's sometimes something you need. That person that's instead of all these ridiculous processes where the money gets stolen, the money gets taken away, the country was darn near under collapse and under terrorism, and then these guys overthrew it and actually got stuff taken care of. There's When it comes to democracy, it's what's the will of the people. The democracy that they were under for those decades on end was not the will of the people. It was the will of France. It was the will of bureaucrats who would come in and steal and loot the resources and then take off. So that's just how I see it when someone says, "Well, he took away the democratic rights." Is no, he took away the bureaucratic rights and
No, that's
the
not
rights of foreign interests.
let's not sugarcoat it, right? He
So,
banned political parties. That's taking away that's disenfranchising other
and
people
who
who
are
may
those
disagree.
who are those political parties under? Those political parties and those NGOs and stuff that were backing them. What were they doing there for those past century? For those past
and
decades, they were there.
and and also
That's a
Bandit,
question you gotta ask.
I want to add something to what you say too, and also Elvis, the people that's in parliament also came from those political parties. So they're also in the parliament with those other people. So you got civilians and other ex politicians from that parliament that's in there, and they support what IB is doing. FYI.
Exactly. Because they're not saying all of them were bad. I'm saying that a lot of them were good. I mean, there were some of them good, but you had all these NGOs and all these other forms of interference that was happening. You have to remember, before IB came into power, the military was small. A lot of these people wanted to keep their military small because they didn't want to, one, they didn't want to pay and fund their military, and two, they didn't want to be overthrown. So now that you had these terrorists and they needed the funding and they refused, and the leaders at the time didn't want to fund them, they got kicked out, and the kids got kicked out, and the men came in and they got shit done.
I mean, like I said, it's a slippery slope because God
It's really cut
forbid.
and dry to me.
No, it's not.
It's
Because
cut and dry. It's
are
like me
you
saying,
hold on,
it's like
bro?
me.
Don't roughshot the conversation. Let's have a
Oh,
civil
my bad,
conversation.
my bad. Go
Are
ahead.
you African? Like, are you a original African, continental African?
No, I'm a Black American.
Okay. So I'm saying this because on the continent, I think Mansek, I'm sure he was born in Mali and grew up there, and maybe I'm wrong. But when you live in an African country and you've been in a multiple rulership of people who some would be classified as dictators or people who are authoritarians, you look at certain people, they tend to chip away you know, the rights, the political rights of the citizens. And with all the good thing Traoré is doing, a good president wouldn't have the need to suspend political parties, wouldn't have the need to indefinitely suspend, people having political, gatherings and other things like that. Because you're doing well. You have the advantage. You already are loved and liked by the people. You're very popular. If they even went to elections, you'll win easily. So you won't have the urge to say, well, I got to take away this, I got to stop this, I got to postpone this, because of that. No, you wouldn't do that. So
But
the
Elvis,
tendency, hold on, the tendencies that he's showing is dictatorial. Even though he's doing some good things in terms of development, but that bothers me because a person who thinks that they need to stop others, and disenfranchise others from their democratic rights, take away certain rights of the people, that person shows that when they turn, or if they do turn, they can go the other way. When the development is not coming in drove, when the economy is not doing so well, then the people start to protest. Most of their rights have been taken. They can't gather in the streets without certain, permits or certain, approval from the government. Nobody can run against the president because he's been there and he's taking all the political parties out of, off the table. It's a lot of things
well,
that's
well,
being stripped away that you won't realize you miss until things goes bad. That's the point that I'm
Elvis,
making.
just to be clear. Well, hold on a minute. Just to make it clear to you, right? There's no law in Burkina Faso that no one that cannot critique IB. So let's be clear. There are people that do critique him. However, the one thing you cannot do is undermine the troops that are sacrificing their lives to fight these terrorists. That's the one thing you're not allowed to do. I mean, this is no different what the
Facts.
U.S. is doing with the Iran war. You can't sit there and talk down on their troops. They're not going to allow it. You know.
I
But
didn't say
what I'm
anything
saying
with
is,
criticizing.
no. But you just said that under authoritarian rule, you're not allowed to
You said
criticize
they take away constitutional rights.
on
Right.
the constitutional rights, and they're not allowed to speak on the president. And I had to correct you. That's wrong. And what they do is they use democracy to slow you down. Like for example, let's say if he did have an election,
It's
right?
not no
Oh,
what
hold
what
on,
he
hold on,
did is
hold on. Hold on,
I'm sorry, my bad.
hold on, my bad. Sorry. So let's say if he did have a democracy, did have elections, right? Guess what? He had to have elections. There's going to be opposition party, and guess who's going to fund that opposition party? Not going to say no names, but they're going to fund money to fund that opposition party to stop everything what he's doing. They don't want these African countries to develop, so they use that as a token mechanism to think that you have power and you don't. If you don't do what you want them to do, they put sanctions on you. Prime example, look at Niger. When Niger went and did that coup, man, yo, they got U.S. sanctions, they got EU sanctions, they had ECOWAS sanctions, they had the AU sanctions, and in fact, Nigeria went and cut the electricity in Niger. That has never been done to no other country. So that should tell you something. It's a concentrated effort to make sure that they don't develop.
And mind you, they're fighting terrorists at the same time.
Right. And which
They have
is
a small
amazing.
army.
Mhm.
They have a small army. They're fighting terrorists. They're under equipped, and the guys and they decided, you know what's the best idea we're gonna do? We're gonna just start shutting you down until we get somebody we want up there. If they wanted to prioritize the safety of the people, they wouldn't shut them down. They would work with that community. And here's the thing: when it comes to like you said, what they put the so-called Democrat, I don't think it's democratic. I call it bureaucratic. I don't think it's democratic at all, because I'm telling you, we and the U.S. we're going through the same thing. We have been going through the same thing with bureaucrats trying to run our country. The issue is the fact you had a bunch of bureaucrats running the country. They infiltrated the political sector, and basically the country was basically a crap hole all the way until IB took over. No one did not care about what was going on in those countries. No one. So now that fact that you have a leader who's actually willing to get stuff done, all of a sudden they criticize and say he's a dictator and stuff. You can't believe they had a freaking journalist coming out talking about he's taken away women's rights. When Ibrahim Traoré had a section in his parliament specifically to help with women's rights. I forgot what it's called. But the fact that these people are doing this slur campaign against them is based on bureaucratic interest. Democracy is just a fallacy. It's just like what we went through in the United States with COVID. When it came to COVID, they wanted to put all these laws in place, shut down the economy and all that stuff, because the medical bureaucrats from the medical sector wanted to make money. But the fact is, they were fighting people from the hospitality sector and the transit and the traveling sector, who also make money when people move around. It's the same thing. But the thing that people don't realize, you need to take away all these political, well, it's a democracy stuff. These people, they're going to worse situations. They're facing extermination. So all that stuff that people want to talk about democracy and all this other stuff, nobody didn't say nothing about that before IB came over. Nobody didn't say nothing about Paul Biya when he's been running for almost damn near 50 years. Why isn't anybody saying anything about that? If there was a coup there, then immediately watch how people are going to start screaming democracy and all that stuff. When Compaoré was running the country for 27 years, ain't nobody said a damn word about that. So when I hear people talk about I criticize the democracy, it's very hypocritical to me.
Hey, guys, we got a new caller. Go ahead, Miss Sisters. Unmute yourself.
Okay, my bad.
Thanks for letting me up into the panel. Okay, I'm FBA. I was raised a Christian here in the United States. So I'm following the conversation, and there's a lot that was said that I'm just not following. And I'm sure there are other people have similar questions. So I'm going to request that we backpedal a little bit and answer just some very elementary questions. Is that okay, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, I'm trying to understand why Africans are going to Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
That's my first question.
Can I answer that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why they go to Saudi Arabia because they go to study Islamic law, which they want to become imams, and then they come back to their country.
Oh, okay. Now, the second question I have, and I'm sorry, I had to step away and start dinner a little bit. I'm having dinner late because of the summer and other stuff going on. And if you said this or explained it, I'm sorry if you have to repeat it. Who is getting extinct or who is being extinct?
Okay, so pretty much the conversation is about Sharia law in Burkina Faso. So the president, who is Ibrahim Traoré, right?
Right.
He had a speech, and what happened is, if you're familiar with West Africa, when it comes to Islam, Africans, they hold Islam with a passion. It's so much that even if you say something which you know that is wrong, you can't critique it. You just have to shut up and like they just like protest, and they'll fight you over it, right? So he made a speech that he said that there's 800 Burkina Faso in Saudi Arabia, and these 800 Burkina Faso, right, while they're going to Saudi Arabia to practice Islamic law, but they don't come back with no trades. They don't learn math, technology, science, and engineering. Instead, they'll come back to the country to preach the Sharia law, meaning that Islam is the only religion that you should practice, and that's it. And he's saying, no, I'm not going to allow this, whatever, because our country does not live in just with one religion. We have multiple religions. We are a secular nation.
Okay.
So that's what's causing the controversy and making a lot of Muslims upset about what he said.
Okay.
And to answer your question, it's there's this ideal that we believe that the terrorism that's going on is basically North African Arabs using Black African Muslims and extremists to undermine the Black population and eventually push them out. To answer your question, that's what we believe.
Okay. Now that is making sense. Now, what I don't understand, and maybe you can help me, the Somalis, they often claim they're not Black, but they're Arab, and many of them practice Islam.
Right. And
so
my
that doesn't make
my
sense.
and my
Well, let her finish asking the question.
all right, like I'm not just gonna go ahead.
No, that was my question. I'm trying to understand the contradiction based on what you're telling me.
So as far as the Somalia, if you remember, at one time, Somalia was a secular country. Anybody can go on YouTube and look at the 60s and 70s in Somalia. Somalia was nice and everything. What happened was some of these Somalians went to Saudi Arabia, like I said, and I want people to remember this, right? If anyone who grew up in the 70s, what happened in the 70s, right? That the U.S. went and had the petrodollar for the oil in Saudi Arabia, right? And around that same time, Saudi Arabia was teaching this Wahhabism, right? So this Wahhabism went and it spread all over Africa and all over parts of the world. So those Somalians went to Saudi Arabia, they went back to Somalia and to preach Sharia law, and that's when you're seeing the issues that they have in Somalia right now.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for asking my question. And Mr. Dynas, I'm just gonna follow the conversation, and if I have more questions, I'll ask to be recognized.
Hey, Mrs. I have a question. You there? Miss Sisters, you there?
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Did you get my documentary?
Did I haven't, but I said I would. I didn't purchase it, but I will.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. I will do it. It's on my list.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Go ahead, Super Africa.
Everybody.
Super Africa, have you gotten my documentary?
No, sir. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right. Well, I mean, y'all support the documentary, please. I mean, if Elvis could buy like 3 copies.
Dynas, I got you on Friday. I got you.
Dynas, don't make me like an outlier. I always support you. Stop it, man.
No. That's what I'm saying. If Elvis can support me, I mean, come on, get the documentary.
Was it on your website?
No, so I just put the link, documentary.searchforhuru.com. I need everybody who is watching this, if you have not streamed the documentary, to go. Oh, I misspelled it. God dang, ain't that something?
Yeah, just like our president, Sierra Leone.
So I need everybody to go to documentary. Search for uhuru.com.
My other device, and then go to the website.
There we go. Documentary.searchforhuru.com. I need everybody who is watching this to go and stream and buy the documentary. Please, everyone who is watching, there's 125 of y'all in here. If you have not already streamed the documentary, go and stream the documentary. And I would greatly appreciate this. Everybody in the chat room, everybody who's watching this, is yours forever. So this site, I bootstrapped this site. So you create a login and it's yours forever. You go watch the documentary wherever you're at. You just pay one time $10.99. You can watch it unlimitedly wherever you're at. So again, go to documentary.searchforhuru.com and buy the documentary, please. All right.
Super Africa, you there? You gonna speak?
Oh, yeah. My bad, man. I was
no. He's buying the documentary. Let him. Don't interrupt him. Let him get the documentary.
All right, then. All right, I'll let you get the documentary, and then just want to add something.
Go ahead.
You got Dynas. I don't know if you check your chat, right? If you check your chat, you see this dude Sado Body, Barry. He's a West African. And you see how he is, right? You see how emotional he is, right?
I think he's probably from Senegal. That name sounds like a Senegal.
No. He's from Senegal, but I'm saying you see how emotional he is, right?
Why you say that? Why is he
no,
emotional?
he's calling us kafir. He's saying that, you know, you guys don't know nothing about Islam. And I'm telling him, hey, bro, if we don't know what we're talking about, hit the link and join the chat. But he's scared.
Maybe his English isn't so good.
The funny
No,
part
his
about
English
it,
is
it's
good.
not. The funny part about it is it's not about Islam. Islam is just used as a mask to get these to do someone else's bidding, and that's the thing he doesn't understand. And Senegal, they had a very peaceful form of Islam, a very peaceful form. What was it called?
Yeah, the Murid community.
You had the Murid community, and there was this one guy that lived in 1300 AD. His name was Ibn Sawari. If anybody has heard of him, you should look him up. It's during the time when Islam came in, and all the people there wanted to go to war with the local tribes there. But this guy, Sawari, was basically saying, no, you should come in peacefully and you should educate the people instead of going to war with them. And that was like very phenomenal to me. He was like a philosopher, Islamic philosopher, who basically spread Islam through peaceful means. Not this radicalized Wahhabism where you got to blow somebody's head off. It's because
I think what Captain Traoré is saying is that Sharia law, studying Sharia law has its place, but is it really the most beneficial to the Burkinabés? Because if you go to Saudi Arabia, you're being sponsored, you're being taught, and you come back to spread that message. Is that what they need right now? And it's not. They need technology, like Mincy is saying. They need scientists, mathematicians. They need those things more than learning, what Sharia law is and how to implement it. So that's the crux of his criticism there.
And it's funny because I was like, I was listening to like Brandon's on one of his streams, and they don't really practice Islam like that in Saudi Arabia. Like they have like tranny nights and all this other stuff. I mean, it was funny when he talked about it. I could be wrong, but he was talking about how he was in Saudi. They have tranny nights. They have all this other stuff. So that's what this Wahhabism stuff. I'm just gonna be real with you. It's straight BS. And they don't even practice it over there.
It's really not. And I don't want to get too technical today. But
they got like blacks over here blowing each other's head off because someone couldn't pray in the scripture right in Arabic, or they got a freaking wrong word wrong in Arabic or whatever during prayer. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Wahhabism is really true Islam, really. And I hate to say it, some people will disagree with me. But even the Prophet said that he spread Islam through the sword. And just people would be fearful when they hear about him coming from, a long ways away because of how violent, it was when he spread Islam throughout Mecca, when, Medina was called Yathrib, where you had a lot of Jews. He took over there with the sword. Places like Yemen, that was mostly, darker skin, if you want to call them Arabs. So the whole Middle East, Iraq, the Assyrian got taken over by, Islam with the sword. A lot of people got conquered with the sword. So when you see ISIS and Al-Qaeda trying to spread Islam with the sword, i.e., guns nowadays, it's not un-Islamic. People think that, those are not real Muslims, except they are. And again, I'm not bashing, I'm just telling you, because if you know the battle of Bidda, all the different battles that the Prophet fought against other groups who were mushrikins, who were associating people with Allah, kafirs, non-believers, and whatever, infidels. He spread it and he subdued them with the sword. He fought them. So if people are trying to spread that same ideology in West Africa and bring people under the sword of Islam, and bring them into the fold by violence, it's not un-Islamic, So I think what Saudi was saying is true in a sense. But again, my only thing I pray for is you can practice your religion, just don't kill Africans. Don't destabilize the region. Don't spread fear and take away investment because the place is unstable. Then I have a problem with you, then.
Let me
Can I get in, new speaker?
Oh, go ahead, go
No,
ahead.
I think it was Ahmed's
Super
time. He
Africa
was
was
just
here
doing
first,
something
though.
in the back. Yeah,
Yeah, Super
No,
Africa, you
Shah.
can go first, and then Shah.
No, Shah. Go ahead, go ahead. No,
All
Shah,
right, go
Shah.
ahead, Shah. Go ahead,
Go
Shah.
ahead. After you.
Okay, so I like the fact that he is moving in the direction that he's moving because it says to me that he understands what Islam is. He knows his people have been practicing it for a very long time, but I think he knows historically what Islam, how it came, and how culturally it has interfered with the culture, um, and it has, taken away from the growth of the culture and the people and the culture to me. I mean, because your cultural view, how you view the world through your spirituality, will influence how you develop your economics and your politics. And you cannot separate those. That's why when the Europeans came into Igbo land in the early 1900s, their political system and spiritual system was inextricably tied, and they saw that and they sought to destroy the shrines and not just the physical shrines, but they knew that that would be part of their political organizing was around that. And so this is what Chancellor Williams talks about: destruction of Black civilizations, how Islam coming in, people accepting it voluntarily or through coercion, not always violence, but through economic coercion. And I think that Traoré knows this history and knows how it was used as a handmaiden for imperialism as Christianity as well. And that you can see that through the extremist movement of the Azawad. And now, just to touch on this, and I'm a land, is that democracy ideally I think is a good system and should be used in an ideal situation. But when you're under attack and you are in a war that you're not really fighting back well, you know, that you have to change up because the enemy is using the electoral process to put his people in or to disrupt it, all kinds of things. We see that. He knows that. We all know that, which is why we have a Paul Biya in office. We have a constitutional coup that Alassane Ouattara did in Guinea. Macky Sall was trying to do that in Senegal, and they have a good. They honored their electoral process, but you see what Macky Sall was doing. So, under ordinary circumstances, when you don't have that democracy, it's a good thing. But when you have a situation like Africa has, the world has, with the Western world, trying to maintain its position, you have to do something different. And in the case of a dictator, this, I believe, is one way to solve the problem. And it's not really solving the problem, it's really trying to um, develop and do the things you need to do. So, Elvis, I have to disagree with you on that respectfully. I land right there.
Well, guys, we gotta have Super Africa spoke. Super Africa.
No. I haven't.
Did you get the documentary?
Not yet.
What you been doing this whole time, my man?
Yeah.
So you buying it.
Dennis, I never did get the documentary, and I paid for it.
Say that
Or I
again.
got it and it expired. I don't know what happened when I
No,
paid
you
for the
just reset
documentary.
reset your login.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just reset your login. All right, go ahead, Super Africa.
Yeah. I promise you, Dennis. Thursday. I promise you, Thursday.
Okay.
I put my mother on it. Thursday, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's good to support you. I'm not gonna lie to you. To the topic with the whole Sharia law. The the first time I heard Sharia law in West Africa, right, was Nigeria. Nigeria was the first country that I knew of that had Sharia law, and which I was completely shocked. So as a West African, it's not something that's out there at all, except for a country of Nigeria. And then in Nigeria, it was passed on in 1999. The president, the guy that was in office, was a Christian, which was Obasanjo. He was the one that gave the right to the Northerners for them Sharia law. So let's. And then it's
Are
not
you
like
sure it was him or was Sharia law already in
It
the
was, it
Constitution
was,
even
it
before?
was Dynasty. It was. He made a
Really?
yeah.
yeah.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Yeah, because African politicians, if you could pay them, they do anything. That's just how it is, man.
It-
that's just how it is. I mean, honestly speaking, like me, honestly, I want Africa to develop. So if Africa has to be developed, both religion needs to get checked. Honestly speaking, both religion need to get checked to the direction that it has been leading us for the past 30 years now, or almost I say 40 years now. Because by now we should be honestly, saying that, oh, what we doing on both sides is not favor us. Let's do this, let's do that on both sides, even the Islamic thing as well, because you could tell the where we at as a nation, because we're not creating things, we're not developing things, and be proud of where we come from. That's just how it is. It's just facts. Everything that we consume, it's just been bringing from outside. Technology as well. We need a lot of roads. We need a lot of bridges. So we need a lot of engineering. Like we need doctors. These are things that we should be prioritized on. Both religion in Africa does not at all. At all. Nobody could come up here and tell me that Muslim is like the Muslim people are prioritizing that. Even the Christianity, and not at all. You know, but within Burkina Faso and the EES, they have to do that. They have to, check Islam, because both countries, like beside Burkina Faso, which is I think 65% Muslim, both two countries, Mali and Niger, it's about what 95% Muslim. So Islam is heavy out there, since there's more Muslims in percent wise in Niger and Burkina Faso. I mean Mali, but both of these countries never had Sharia law compared to Nigeria. Nigeria is probably like good 60% or 55% Muslim, but they do have Sharia law. So where the country is, when they have percent wise, they don't have it, but the other country do. So I just tell you how, and if you truly examine this thing that's going on, right? This is what I see it. Just like how in 50 years ago, the Middle East was very peaceful. 50 or 60 years ago was very peaceful, and until the the early 90s, and then it had got out of hand. Up to this day, it had never been the way it should. And I do believe the people that control the world, they trying to duplicate the same thing in West Africa. Because why this particular
Did we
country,
lose
these three
him? Because
countries?
I don't hear anything.
You
Can
got
you hear me?
you got to go out and come back in, child. We hear him.
Yeah, why specifically these three countries, and then there's countries that's dominantly by Muslims as well. Why all of a sudden somebody says we want to create Sharia law? So to me that makes no goddamn sense. And then also, it's just like I mentioned, they trying to duplicate the same thing that they have done in the Middle East, because for some reason, when you want to fight for your independence and sovereignty, somebody comes out and then sponsor some crazy mother efforts, because every country has crazy people. Every country, even in America, if some country had opportunity to sponsor certain people, they'll become radicalized within a couple months. And then I'm happy that Burkina Faso are taking it serious, because the same thing was connected to Mali, but then Burkina Faso look at it seriously when they got rid of that imam, because the imam, by what the president said, he was trying to create his own Muslim army, which makes no sense at all. Because why would you have a country, you're an imam, you want to create your own Muslim army? You understand me, right? Everything you got to look at who funding things. Whoever is funding something is the one in charge, and then they funded it for a reason. And it do connect to Mali as well, because Burkina Faso are looking at it and say, oh, nah, we're not gonna have that the other imam that was trying to separate the country, and then right now he's in Algeria as well, and then he just a couple weeks ago he met up with the president of France, Macron. There's a picture of him with the imam, Macron as well,
And
He's
then
talking about Imam Diko. If anyone is
yes,
wondering, Imam
exactly.
Diko.
Yeah. Everything connects. Everything connects, man. In Africa, I keep telling people, is what's on top of that ground, and then what's underneath that ground. That's all bad is in Africa. So when Africans can realize it, and then fight for it, and then make sure it benefit your people, we'll have better Africa, better view of religion as well, because everybody should have the right to worship like whatever they want to worship, in my view. But then we'll have, because West Africa will always be dominated by Muslim or Christians. So you have to have these two people to have a common goal, which is, a better Africa. Not like Africa where, like Paul Bear that's been in power for so long, and then people don't mention his religion, but at the same time, all of a sudden, some crazy person says, "Oh, I want to create a Sharia law in a country where it's 90% Muslim," but then you using technologies that's not made by Muslims, which makes no sense. And just like how a couple weeks ago, when the European Union said that Burkina Faso is like unsafe, this and that, and then blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, 2 days later, terrorists attacked the same country. You understand me, right? So who are you working for? Are you working for like Islam agenda, or are you working for somebody else? That's what I don't understand. Because if you're working for Islam agenda, you should not be tied to Western entity that's not Muslim at all. You should be tied to like where's like Islam in a way that you understand me, right? Like because I can't say the Saudi, because the Saudi are best friends with the West. The West are not Muslim countries.
At the end of the day, it's a big contradiction, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, everything comes back to controlling power, man. Like powerful people would do anything to make sure they control your country. That's just how it is. We like to me, we need to check Islam, and I'm happy they're doing it. And at the same time, we should not be forgetting to check, Christianity as well, because Christianity have done equal damage as well. It's just that it's very subtle in a different way. But we do have to check Islam and then better people, knowledge people as well, because Africa education system is behind. There's a lot of people in Africa that's not in school. There's a lot of people that's poverty, man. I'm telling you, you give them a couple of dollars, they do anything. You give them a couple of dollars, yeah. Even like our presidents, ministers, governments, when it's time for election, what they do is now they grab some of these kids, right? Street kids, give them a couple of dollars, give them a bunch of weed, pipe them up, and then by the time you remember, they start causing chaos. They go over there and make sure people don't vote. They cause chaos over there. These are things that happen even in my country. So
let me respond. Let me respond to you real quick.
So imagine if like you got like millions of these kids that's not been knowledge in the way that they should. So it's much easier for somebody just to brainwash them. Just like how in my country the Civil War, old men brainwash young kids to go pick up arms against the government for their own agenda. That's all. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let me say this right. The criticism here is not that Christianity good, Islam bad. It's not the criticism. Criticism is that people of the Islamic faith, they tend to join jihadist groups that bring death to innocent Africans, whether they be Muslim or Christians. That's the problem. That's the main focus. So it's not like a equal thing where Christians are doing the same thing and they're causing havoc with violence in the region. It's not the same thing. And the point here is that people are trying to impose their religious ideology through violence. And that's a problem. It makes certain places uninhabitable. It makes certain places insecure. People can't travel there. Investments can't come to those places. Development can't come to those places. And now you have places like the Sahel where maybe the majority of the people living there are Muslim, and they're fighting their fellow Muslim brothers because they have a different, more radicalized ideology than they do. It's not the Christians that they're fighting because the Christian wants to impose Christianity on them. It's the Muslim they're fighting because they want to impose a stricter form of Islam on them. So that's the real issue.
Can I respond to that?
Hold on.
Can I respond to that?
Shut. 1 second. I beg you, please. Okay, we get that, right? So it's Muslims fighting Muslims for the type of other Muslims, the type of Islam that they want, right? We get that, right?
Okay, why all of a sudden they wasn't doing it 20 years ago? Why all of a sudden now they fighting somebody that wants to develop their country the way they should? You understand me, right? So, okay, let's say for instance, if you have a country that's dominated by Christianity, right? Because right now, if a country that's been dominated by Christianity, I don't see them doing things that you just called out. They are supposed to be doing. You check history. Anywhere there's a resource, plenty of resource. There's some reason where some people pick up arms. They said, "Oh, I'm trying to create a Sharia law here." Just like how
Rwanda president is Christian, and they're doing well.
therein lies
hold
the
on.
Abrahamic
Libya, right?
religions as a handmaiden to
Hey, Super
imperialism.
Africa, you gotta let other people talk, man. Let Sean talk. We gotta pass the
Yes,
mic.
we knit one pearl too, bro. We enter, so therein lies how Abrahamic religions are being used as a handmaiden to imperialism, because you have Africans in Nigeria fighting other Africans because of the religion. When Africans were practicing traditional religion, they weren't fighting over their traditional systems of spirituality. So this is part of how it's anti-black. It's within the I don't know if per se the doctrine itself, but it is anti-black in terms of how it relates to the culture and the tradition of the people. Eshu is Satan, like their own deity that has nothing to do with. They're using that. And they're saying that. That's why you have traditionalists on their t-shirts saying SU is not Satan. So when you don't even see your own culture correctly, that is an anti-black thing. So the innate nature of the Quran and the Bible teaches things that are anti our culture. So those are the dangers of Abrahamic religion, and they're continued to 1,000 years ago all the way till today. And this is a new thing that they're stepped up with this Oswald and whatever extremist stuff, and Sharia law is being used to is being used by extremists to come in and really they're saying it's Sharia law, but what it really is they want to control the politics and economics, and they're using Sharia law as the thing. Like, you guys are not even practicing real Islam. We're going to institute Sharia law, when in actuality you have the Temeshek, the Africans that they call Temeshek, that want to take control because I guess they felt like they were mixed, a mixed group, or weren't like the rest of the Malians or something like that. Now I could be off on my nuances with this, but this is what I was told by Malian, that the Timashek has been identified as, have been targeted as a group that they can use to take over Mali by these folks from wherever they're from, Tuareg, whatever they're from, right? And see, the mindset of Africans, whether they're Tuareg or whatever they are, and they're African people, is that they think they're better. So you got colorism because they're not the same, in phenotype, and then they feel like they're better. So this goes deep, but I'm glad that Traoré is seeing through this and is doing what he's doing.
Shot, just 10 seconds before we pass the mic. In 1804, when Usman Dan Fodio conquered, the Kingdom Borno Empire, he imposed Sharia law. So this is not new, right? Anytime you have a radical Muslim that comes and take over a particular place in West Africa or wherever, they impose Sharia. So he imposed Sharia, and when the British came and quote unquote conquered Nigeria, they stopped it, and they ruled through the colonial governors that was there. So it's not new in West Africa. But I'll pass the mic.
All right, City, you there? I think City is next.
I think that's Africa.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right?
Yeah. It's seated in its moment rider. Go ahead, CD.
Oh, Africans here?
Huh? Go ahead, CD.
Yes. Oh, Daniel, I can't able to log on my account to
reset your password.
Well, I try to do that and email it to myself. They said, "Oh, I'm going to receive an email with few minutes."
Check your spam. Check your spam folder.
Okay, all right. Oh yeah, my thought on Sharia law. I think Ibrahim Traoré is doing the right thing. I wish the religious activity in Africa, specifically West Africa, people should limit all religious activity, specifically the Islamic religion. It's getting out of control. It's out of control because I started going to school, Arabic school, because my parents, they used to send us to Arabic school first. You learn the Quran and there's some Arabic. And from there, when you go to English school, it makes you smart, especially when you read Quran, right? So I want to, before the war, but my older brother, he graduated from St. Louis Muslim School, and then from there he went to Simiri. Simiri was one of the best high school during the normal day in Liberia. Sanekule is almost the capital city of Nimba County, right? So my dad used to send us to school over there. But basically, all my older brother that went to Saudi Arabia went to Arabic school. If you go to Saudi Arabia or you go to Libya or you go to Bahrain or you go to Kuwait, they don't let you to study science or engineering or business, anything like that. They just want you to study the religion, right? So, and all these guys that did that religious study, most of them end up being imam. So if you do a religious study, they have to be a brand new marks for you. That's why you see that there's so many marks in all of these West African countries. It's out of control because when these guys do religious study, all they have to do is to be imam, right, or do a prayer call. So that affecting our lot of community. So a couple of years ago, we built a mosque in San Nicolas, one of the most beautiful mosques, and we spent over $1 million on that mosque. So what is going on in Liberia right now is more of like a competition. So the Madingo from Ganta, when they build their own mosques, we decided to build our own mosques too. And now in Banga right now, people they investing in all these mosques. So if we were to take that money and invest into business, don't get me wrong, they are in businesses, but if you were to invest all these resources into businesses, that would benefit most of our people than just being mosques all over the place, right? So how many mosques that we're going to have? How many churches that we're going to have? For example, if you go to a place like Abidjan, Sunday morning, the born again Christian, you can even have morning sleep, right? Early in the morning, you see all these mosques calling prayer for no reason. The reason why they used to call these prayers back in the days, at that time, people never had watches to know the time when to go to prayer, but they don't have to do all of these things anymore, right? But most of these people that do all these prayer call, the reason is they don't have no other job. They just have to create that type of job just for them to be getting some money from the mosque, right? So religion is causing too much trouble for even the Saudis. When I listen to Saudi speaking, they don't even speak Arabic. They speak Darija. So when I speak Arabic to Saudis, they will know that I'm speaking real Arabic, right?
Oh,
But
come
most
on,
of them,
City. You think you speak better Arabic than the Saudis?
they don't speak real Arabic. They speak what they call
Yeah,
Darija.
he said he's saying it's a
Broken
dialect.
Arabic. It's a dialect. That's what I'm telling you, man. When I say "Mazhalan al anta tatakalamnu luqat Arabia," they
Oh,
will,
come on, City.
they will be
That's weak Arabic, bro.
Hey,
okay.
see
But
the type of
I'm just
look.
telling you, I'm just giving you an example. If I
Alfa
speak
look at
Arabic, if
Kalushan
I go to
Beher
Yemen
Anti
school
Wanti.
and speak Arabic to them, they will now understand me. They don't speak proper. It's almost like the same broken English that we speak in Sierra Leone
That's
or Nigeria. It's
that's
the same
crazy for
thing.
you to say, bro.
No,
I'm
but
I'm t-
no, Elvis, he's telling the truth because they
I'm
don't
telling you
speak.
right now,
The
Avis.
only the only Arabic that they speak is when you watch the news thing. They speak classical Arabic, but as far as that, they got different dialects.
They
Like if I
got
went
different
to
dialect.
if I went to Saudi Arabia, I said Mukhabin, Kalushan Beher Wanti, and the Beher Wanti, they'll be like, huh? Like
Yeah,
like
yeah. I'm telling you right now, and you can tell the difference between them two. Someone from Kuwait and someone from Saudi Arabia, when they speak, you can know the difference. Or Egyptians, right? Or what they call Libyans. So you can tell by the type of Dargia they speak, and you can tell this guy is a Saudis. And that's what I'm telling you. Most of these Arab people, they don't even know the Quran. Quran is a different way of reading Quran. If you don't go to Quranic study, even if you can speak Arabic, you will not able to read Quran. It's almost like a Bible, right?
Yeah, because the Quran is archaic.
Right. So if you take a Bible, if you didn't go to Bible, it's very difficult to read Bible, right? As a Christian, right? It's the same with Quran. You have to do a Quranic study, right?
Black people
So
out Pope the Pope. We out Muhammad.
We all speak. We speak better Arabic than the Arabs.
That's what
no,
we
but that's what
do.
I'm telling you now. I mean, the reason why we speak better Arabic because we go to school for it. We learn it in school, right? We go to school for it. We learn it. It's not like you
and
learn it
and
from
don't
the
and don't
street.
even know the culture. Don't all the culture is dying. The people with all the science, the old people that know how to do things, dying with the science because everybody interested in Islam and Christianity. That's a shame.
Exactly. So when people go to Mecca right now, why is it that they're letting older people to go to Mecca for pilgrimage in Mecca? Most of these are older people because of the resources Saudi Arabia want. They're not telling people to go to Mecca because you have to know going to Mecca is the second biggest revenue for Saudi Arabia after oil money that they get. And then when you go there, you have to pay for hotel, right? You have to pay for food, you have to pay for clothing. Even the cow or the sheep that you kill, you don't even eat the beef. So what the Saudis do with all these beef? They freeze it and they sell it to other Arab countries as a halal and make money off it. So it's almost like exploiting our people. Why would someone at the age of 80 want to go to Saudi Arabia to go see the
But
Kaaba?
but you should
Well,
be
because it says
exploited.
you should do it once in your life if you're
You
able to do it.
you should
No.
be
But
exploited.
And
if
if
you
you
go,
kiss the
if
black
You
stone,
should be
it
exploited
erases all
because
your sins for you, and it
look at your
no,
continent, look at your
you
the
know
country,
reason is
look at your
classify
culture
very
you
and your
on the day
history.
of
you
judgment.
have to have
They
the
should take
energy.
advantage of you.
You have to have an energy for you to go to
Hey,
Mecca.
CD, 30 seconds. I gotta pass to my other people.
Okay, you have to have the energy for it to do all this running around that whole or Kaaba. But if you go and stay in the hotel, it's almost like there was no reason why you went. But the Saudis, they will not tell you, say, okay, if you reach to a certain age, it's not a good idea for you to go because you're not going to perform it. But because they need the money, they let everybody to go. The more people go, the more money they make. You know. So the whole religion thing is more of like a scam on Africans.
You
And
can't create a
how
tuba.
can we
Really, CD?
control?
I disagree with that. People got to do their 12.
Guys, let me pass the mic. A Moomin Rider, I can't see the rest of your name. Go ahead and meet yourself.
Yeah. Hi to everybody on the panel.
Hey,
Hello,
Hope
brother.
you're all right. Can you hear me fine?
yes.
Okay. Um. Yeah. So just to introduce myself, African from Cote d'Ivoire, and I just want to give my opinion on some of the reactions that I've been hearing for the last couple of days after the captain has come out and said what he said. And what people need to understand, for those of us who are from the region and very close to the Burkinabe people, we understand what's actually going on in terms of the actual details between the different communities. And I think some of the context is lost because obviously some of the people are not from the region. So some of the things that eBay was talking about, people didn't fully understand. And some of the areas of that speech weren't directed at everybody. It was for certain populations to hear what he was talking about. And those of us, those who needed to hear it, heard it. So, for example, when he's talking about the difference, the number ones and the number twos, and the fact that there's no number twos. What people don't understand is that on French social media, and what tends to happen, especially in Burkina, it happens in Ivory Coast as well, is that due to corruption, people tend to want to go negotiate, right? So they try to find shortcuts, right? Especially people who are in business or etc. So the elite try to do that. And in order to do that, so if they can't get through to the leader, they'll try and look for a number two or a third person, etc. Right? And what that tends to do, that tends to create a how like sort of like a you know just a hierarchy, right? So you've got the president, and then you'll have the second person who's the strongest after the president. But what that does is that opens the door for manipulation, right? And for conflicts. And we know the enemy, what they like to do. The strongest tool is manipulation, right? So what eBay's talking, what he was addressing, is the populations of specifically the French-speaking populations of the AES and the countries around, like the Ivory Coast, because there was a lot of conversations around that, around the fact that some of the leaders weren't seen. So some of the original revolutionaries with eBay hadn't been seen for a while. So, for example, one of them was the chief of intelligence. He hadn't been seen with eBay for months, right? So there was a lot of speculation that there was some sort of beef going on between eBay and this guy, and that's the reason we hadn't seen him for a while. So what eBay was doing was addressing that specific issue, right? So he was letting people know that there's no such thing as number one or number two. There's just a mission. And so for everybody who doesn't have that context, they don't receive the message as it should. And I think that happened with a lot of that speech. So for example, some of the Arabs and some of the black Muslims, are sort of outraged right now because of some of the stuff that he said regarding the religion, right? But there's a lot of disinformation because obviously he was speaking French and some of the translation isn't correct. I speak French, so I know exactly what he was saying, especially regarding the 800 odd students that was studying abroad in Arab countries, right? People are saying that he's basically banned them from returning, but that's not what he said. What he basically said was he would try to get them back to Burkina Faso ASAP, and for those who refuse to return, then he would um, remove their Burkinabe citizenship. And so when you go online, you'll see that a lot of people are relaying that information as eBay banning and telling those guys to stay over there when that's not even what he said. So people have to be really careful about what's going on online, especially the fact that he's speaking in a different language as well, and people are purposefully, sort of uh, twisting his words basically to try and have, whatever effect that they want. And that's the same as well when you go throughout the speech. So people are talking about that. The Arabs are talking about the fact that he mentioned the Arab slave trade and stuff like that. And the Arabs are already coming out saying, "Oh no, this didn't happen. He's got the dates wrong, etc., etc." Right? But we all know, anybody that's educated knows that the Arab slave trade occurred. Like it's not even a debate. But again, this is what we know to be in our region. There's a lot of alienation, of the populace. Like you've got a lot of that. You've got the Africans for Europeans on one side. You've got the Africans for Arabs on one side, and then you've got the Africans for Africans in the middle. Who are trying to sort of like, you know, create this sort of renaissance of Africa. But then they're having to fight those two groups who are supposed to be joining them. But essentially, most of the fight that happens, because I'm Ivorian, but people don't understand that a lot of this fights, the large majority of Ivorians support the AES, and they actually are some of the biggest backers. And in terms of communication, they do a lot of communication for him in terms of trying to bring, trying to get some of our brothers and sisters to understand what's going on, give them the history, give them explain to them what's going on. And a lot of those people are Ivorians, right? But obviously, because it's the French side of the internet, so a lot of English speakers don't know this. Because what I see online is a lot of people think that Ivorians are like, there's people here just supporting Ouattara. Actually, Ouattara, his support base is very small. Actually, it's nowhere near what it used to be, because obviously he's a dictator, is a puppet for the French, and most Ivorians know this. but there's a small minority he's still supporting because of ethnicity, right? So that's one of the points that doesn't get brought up when people talk about Ouattara, which is the fact that most of his support base is just because of ethnicity. They literally don't care what he does.
Hey,
Ouattara could do a genocide tomorrow.
my brother, may I ask you a question? I had mentioned this earlier. In that same speech, he talked about the human zoo that was in France, about the Ivorians that were there.
Yeah.
What was the sentiment there in Ivory Coast? I mean, I'm not too sure
Well,
people was aware about that.
yeah. Most Ivorians were aware about that. But what the sentiment was, the supporters of Ouattara, who support Ouattara just because he's from their tribe, they're basically, started
What
doing videos.
ethnicity is Ouattara?
Is what you call Senufo in Ivory Coast. We've got a tribe called Senufo, but the Senufo
Okay.
They're
you
related to the
can find them.
Mandingos.
Yeah, the Senufo. No, they're not. They're not. You can find them in Mali. You can find them in Burkina Faso, but they're like a bigger umbrella with smaller smaller groups under that Senufo umbrella. But he's a Senufo from Burkina Faso, obviously. So he's not actually
It's
from Burkina
Madingo.
Faso.
Sanifo, they all speak the Madingo. Is the same Madingo? It's Madingo.
No,
They have that beautiful artwork on the mud cloth.
They don't speak. Sanufo don't speak Mandingo. They've got their own language. It's very different.
But Sanifo is a very small tribe. If the tribe that support Ouattara is Madingo, July. That's what I'm telling you.
No. I'm Ivorian, brother. I can tell you all the 61
I know you are
tribes.
foreign, but I do go after Ivory Coast.
What's your ethnic group from Ivory Coast, my brother?
I'm from the west, on the west side of Ivory Coast.
Also,
me and Elvis. I know Elvis. Me and Elvis might have. If Elvis is from
we are the same. We're the same tribe, bro. If you're away, that means you're either Gere or Wobe. So we're the same people. You're born crime.
Yeah, but that's what I would tell you. The northern part is the one that's supporting Ouattara, but the July,
the west supported, Babo, the crews in the west.
I mean, the northern part that's support
Ouattara. Wait, brother, let me give you more information.
No, because I know about the tribe.
PD, we hear you. He's Ivorian. Let him explain it to you. He might have better insight than you do.
Okay.
So what you have is right now, what's going on in Ivory Coast is what you call there's an attempt for the real Ivorians to try and reclaim their identity, right? So in the north, what the French did, they created this umbrella and called it the North. And what Ouattara did once he came into Ivory Coast, he basically came out and said, look, they don't want me to be president because I'm from the North. Basically, that's how he started to gain support from the North. This is back in the 90s, right? And the 80s and the 90s. This is when Ouattara came as the prime minister of Ivory Coast. But the North is split into multiple different groups, right? The biggest group in the North is the Senufos. They're not a small tribe. They're a very big tribe, actually. The second biggest is the Malinques. We don't have Julas in Ivory Coast. Jula is a term to means somebody who does commerce. Yeah, so it's a job title.
He's right. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, it's not an ethnicity. You understand? But it's been used to relate to people from the north because there's been work done by the French to try and create this big.
I don't believe that. These are conspiracy.
No. He's right, CD. Come on.
That doesn't make no sense.
Jola is a trade language. We know that.
I know when people have a tribal affiliation, they all would come over.
Jola comes from the Dayula people. It's a trade language.
First of all, in Africa they call Jula. All of them are classified as Jula. The Sanifo, the Mauka, the Madingo, they all call them.
They're not Jula. Maukas are not Jula. Maukas are not Jula.
They all fall under Jula.
Listen, if you tell a Senufo that he's Jula, he'll probably slap you to your face.
Nah, that's not true.
Okay, guys, let's move on. Let's pass to Mike Diners. Let's not fight over the ethnicities.
Can I just? Yeah, let me pass Africa. Go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, greetings to everyone, Diners family on the chats and the panel. Basically, for me, Abrahamic religion is not something I'm going to be wasting my time arguing about. That's one of the reasons maybe me and my parents never got on when I was young. I used to go to school, but they send me to Arabic lessons. I go play football, and I come home. I get ready for the beating. For some reason, I never, since I was young, basically liked it. I don't know why. I'm one of the few rebellious in my family, not the only one. Okay, but however, African people should focus less on religion, culture, and tribe because we are the most cultural people in the world. When it comes to culture, everybody imitate African culture, whether it's via African Americans, Caribbean, or the continental Africans. We're cultural, but that haven't got us nowhere. Religion haven't got us nowhere. I don't think the religion is a problem, whether be Islam or be Christianity or be African tradition. Because if you go back to ancient Africa before, for the people that don't know Africa very well, you know, thinking that the Abrahamic religion are the one that brought the problem to Africa, then you don't know, you haven't read the real history of Africa. Those African traditions that people are mentioning, they were one of the reasons for so many tribal wars and so many problems in the continent. And then obviously
Can you
Christianity
explain
came.
how so? Can you explain
No,
how?
I don't know where to start, to be honest. But yeah, then I can explain a few of it. There was a lot of tribal conflict. There was a lot of human sacrifice. There are a lot of backward practices that actually cost loads of lives. And that doesn't mean the other religion that came, are good neither, because the Abrahamic, they were just as bad as the African tradition. There's still African tradition that we practice. We both know, today is actually wrong. It's actually harmful. Like, for example, uh, uh, genital mutilation. Women are suffering from that in the continent, and that's African tradition. So, moving on. So, basically, what we should be focusing on is development, technology, defense, cohesion, stuff like that. We should focus on the things that move us forward. I mean, when you talk about religion that moved around, most religions that move around, they've been barbaric, be the Crusaders, being the jihadis, being the tribal wars that we had in the continent. All of it is divide and rule. It's a conquer. People, that's how the human race used to be until we become civilized. So at the moment, yes, they are using one sector of religion in the continent to do more harm. But we both know these people are all the same, whether they Christians or Muslims. We know the Arabs and the Caucasians are brothers and sisters, right? We both know they both had involving massive scale of slavery in the continent and pillaging of the continent. So to say this one is a better devil than the other devil is just like, come on, have some bit of
Can I
understanding, a bit
respond?
of stuff. And no, wait, let me finish. You can, okay?
When you finish.
Yeah. So for me, I think we should focus on the progressive policies, and being more progressive going forward. Going to these religions, African, someone needs to mute. Go back to these African traditions or Islamic or Christianity, and fighting over it is not get us, cannot get no, not us nowhere. It's just mad. It's complete madness, man. I mean, Europe here, for example, Europe, they're Christians today, okay? The Romans brought Christianity to the UK. They used to chop heads. They came here and they straightened the line. They actually got everyone aligned. And I tell you what, they brought a lot of development with it as well. And
Uh,
so they,
Respectfully, though,
yeah.
African
So
African.
yeah.
Respectfully, out of the culture of people is their spirituality, is their physical sciences, is their sociology, their political science. All of those things come out. What arguably the oldest and first high temperature iron smelting in the world came out of
Nobody
either
deny
not
that.
culture or Igbo culture.
Nobody. If you
Wait,
were to
wait,
let me
wait, but you
finish,
can't, but you
God, you're
can't,
interrupting
you
me, man.
can't.
It's not
I
fair.
know, I know. I just
And I'm trying to
interjected.
be
If you
polite.
allow me, okay. I thought
Okay,
you were
go
going
on,
to come to
interject.
a cadence. Yeah. If you allow me to interject, I'm going to go. If you want me to stop, I'll stop.
Interject.
And arguably, right? So we take now Valley culture. all of the good things that came out of that. They also had servants that were buried with the royalty. So there was the good that came with the bad. So you can't just try to isolate the bad stuff and relegate it to their spirituality as if it's a Abrahamic religion. It is not an Abrahamic religion. It is part African culture is doesn't separate its physical sciences from its spiritual sciences. But I will agree with you in a sense that it's not static and that we can always eliminate things that are not of use or we don't need or no longer need. I agree with that, but you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater and just say, oh, those
I
traditional
never.
things are no good and that we need to move on to some modern day policies or what are progressive ideals and stuff. That's not what the world does, though. That's not what the Europeans do because everything they do comes out of their worldview. What we've done is what we have been sold and we believe is that what is progressive is their worldview. And what has happened is we've lost our worldview way of doing things because we have been taught that our spiritual we separated the spirituality and said, oh, the spirituality is devil worship and witchcraft, or we pick some bad thing out of it, money rituals, or they taking organs out of
Your interjection is going too far now.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah,
making a
yeah. I
point,
mean,
but
come on.
you get my
Well,
point though, right?
I got your point. I was gonna come to that, but obviously you interject and you went further on. That's fine. I agree to some of the bits that you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But you're for me, I think you're conflicting civilization and culture. Obviously, they do go hand to hand. But we know, for example, that the Romans, that came to Europe, their civilization wasn't just static to Europe. It was from the continental Africa and Europe marched together. So that's where you're right. That yeah, definitely we can modernize and move things forward, and the wrong practice should be put away definitely, because otherwise we're gonna be stuck in the limbo. But the point is right. We should be focusing on different things now, because this religion and this culture and these tribes, obviously haven't got us nowhere because we're still behind time. So
Is
if
that
it
what
was
the problem was? Is
if
the
it was
culture
if it
didn't
was
get us nowhere, or was it the fact
no
that we
no
were interrupted 3,000 years ago
we were interrupt
by the
every culture
barbarians?
every culture were interrupted. Look, every culture were
Right,
interrupted.
right. So it
Every
wasn't the
but they
culture,
but
it was the
let me finish,
interruption.
man. Come on, have some bit of patience. Every culture was interrupted at one time, but they managed to find a way and adapt to the new culture and the old culture and mix it and learn from it
The
and
new
move
culture, you
forward.
mean the person who invaded you and took your shit over? You have to
Why does that matter? If someone that
because look
invaded
at
you
the
brought
world
no,
today. Look,
hold on. If someone that invaded you brought something that you had learned from that actually advanced you, right?
yeah, but look at the
Why
world
can't you
today.
hold on to it? This is my point I'm trying to raise, right? People like you want to be stuck in the old days. Oh, we used to be great, let's go back to that old ways, it'll be
Our
all
old
good
ways
again with melting
lasted longer
science and
than
stuff like that.
their
But no,
societies.
but
Ours
no,
lasted way
hold on.
longer.
Hold
I
on,
think
hold
I
on.
think Africa is
But
right because my reason
this
of
guy,
saying that it is right
what,
is culture sometimes put limit to people progress. Let us say,
Well,
for
what do you
example,
mean culture though? What do you mean when you say culture? What are you talking about? You
and
talking about the
different
skin,
and
African
Charles,
culture. People from tribe they identify themselves
right?
with certain
So
culture.
trigonometry and geometry and astronomy and astrology and anatomy and physiology is African culture.
But
You're
let
aware
me
of
we
that,
all
finish what
know
right?
I'm
that.
let me finish what I'm trying to say. So let us say, for
What's
example,
wrong with this guy?
if I want to
What do you mean?
marry
That's not
from
African culture.
no, if I
Those
want to
things were
We
marry
know
developed
that.
in
from
the Nile Valley. Are you kidding me?
but you
We
looking
all
at the
know that.
specific size of it. But
Okay,
let me
that's
say
culture.
when you go deep into it,
If
let us say if I want to marry from a Fulani tribe, which of course people don't practice culture that much again anymore, right? If I want to marry from Fulani tribe, me as a Madingo, right, as a Malinki, now people are advanced, people being civilized. They don't bring out all this cultural stuff anymore. So people have intermarriage,
Your view
right?
of culture is limited because
So
I
let me
just gave an
finish.
example.
You can what definition you want to
Go
give
ahead.
to
he's
culture,
interrupted me and now he's interrupting you.
Yeah, we're
right? So
interjecting, guys. We're not
Africa.
arguing.
Sorry about
It's
that.
a civil
Sorry about that.
No,
conversation.
that's all
Sorry
right.
about that.
That's all right.
So
That's all right.
when I want to marry from a certain tribe, First of all, they want to know which religion I belongs to, right? If that person and I would don't have the same religion, some family will put limit to you not to marry from our family, right? And even if you guys from the same, if you are practicing the same religion, they will go down the line and look at the culture and see, oh, these guys, you don't have the same culture. So now since people have limited most of these cultural difference, that's why you see the Fulani and the Madingo getting married and have a very productive family.
But
So
CD,
culture, yeah, what he
CD,
said is true. It's putting
CD,
limits on a lot of
you
things.
know this for a fact in our country, right? Where a lot of people had issues with
And there's a person interjecting again because I haven't finished before.
a lot
Yeah,
of
go on,
people
make your
had
point.
issues with the Mandingos because when people want to marry your daughters or the Mandingo people daughters, they'll tell the man that you have to convert to Islam in order to marry their daughter. And when that person refuses, there's a no. But of course, the Mandingo man goes to marry a girl who is Christian, because of course it's allowed in Islam. A Muslim man can marry a non Muslim woman, but the Muslim woman can marry a non-Muslim man. So that brought a lot of division amongst Liberian Christians in the Muslim community.
Well, I
So
mean, some people still do it. Like, for example, Ellie Johnson Salif, right? You know, she was married to a Mandingo man. That's why she got her Salif Sharif, right? She just said Salif was Sharif. So the reason why she's Christian, but she got married to a Madingo man, but there are a lot of Madingo now, Madingo girls that are married to Christian. So that's the same thing we're saying. We have to remove this boundary and forget about religion because religion is restricting us
But that's
from
only
doing a lot
one
of things.
aspect of culture, though. What about botany? What about
You never lived in
politics?
Africa. Things that we see
Can
right
I
now.
can I
You
make
see,
my
you see
can
one
I
of the
land? Can I
example I've just
Um,
okay?
said.
Can I land?
Africa, man.
Can I land?
Africa, man. When you finish, man, I want to say something, please.
Okay. And yeah, so we shouldn't be stuck into this ideology that thinking that the culture only or the religions or this tribe is gonna save us. So yeah, I mean, you're right. Like the Romans, they learned a lot from the Egyptians, and they learned a lot from the other part of the African North African areas, like where you call Tunisia today. They learned a lot from those civilizations, and they managed to bring it together with the Europeans and make a lot of things work. And look, empires rise and empires fall, and the weaker will always take over the stronger will take over the weak, and that's how the world works. Don't fool ourselves. And someone also mentioned about Danfodio. I mean, okay, yeah, I mean Danfodio was a jihadist. That's true, but that's true. There are a lot of conquerors back in the days. But I tell you what, he at least his region that he conquered managed to rescue, loads of countries like my country Sierra Leone. If it wasn't for the northern Nigerian, people of that caliphate, in power, Liberia and Sierra Leone will be in turmoil. Okay, and these are two countries that was founded by Christianity, and they did not say, "Oh, because these countries are made by built by Christian ideology, we should let them suffer." So most of these soldiers that died in Sierra Leone and Liberia were Hausa, Fulani, and some other Nigerians, but majority were Muslims, and I saw that myself. So we should look at each other as brothers and sisters. Let's not make religion be our barriers, and I will never see another brother, any different based on his religion or his culture or his tribe. We need to walk away from that. That's what is holding us back. I pass the mic. Thank you.
And that's what Alves was saying right now. It's true. That's why a lot of Liberians have a problem with the Madingo tribe. Why you marrying an other tribe daughter, but you don't want the other to marry your daughter,
No,
and that
but
bring a lot of lot of lot
CD
of issues.
to tell the Fula and the Mandinka of West and the Hausa of West Africa to abandon Islam, it will be the hardest task in this world.
Right, I know that for a
It will
fact. That's
never
what
be
I'm saying.
possible. It will
Right,
never be
right.
possible. So
Let me say
let
this,
me just
right?
make this point quick. Let me make this point quick. Okay, the reason why that is because these people they had good and bad with Islam, but they built civilization through this. Because I'm not the most educated person when it comes to religion. I've made that clear. I never went to Arabic school. I refuse. So basically, the way their ideology is so fixated, and they use Islam to fight the conquerors, who are the colonials. They put tribalism aside and had one umbrella under Islam to unify force to actually fight and defeat some of the invaders who came to conquer West Africa. So, there's good and bad in all these religions, but let's just focus on the good side of it. The bad side of it, let's leave it alone. I'll pass the mic.
Let me say this
Can
real
I
quick before y'all
can I
continue,
ask a
right?
question?
No, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Let me say this real quick, please. This topic right here is about Ibrahim Traoré, right? That he stands against Sharia law, right? So to me, right, Ibrahim Traoré has done great things for his citizens, right? Absolutely great things. And then also other countries around West Africa as well has been super inspiring, right? Even like other neighbors, citizens wise, right? So and then the same people that talk down on Ibrahim Traoré now all of a sudden are so excited because Ibrahim Traoré is against Sharia law. But then when Ibrahim Traoré did excellent things and did great things that you should take your hat off and say, wow, but then you refuse to to come out publicly and then say, wow, this guy is actually doing things that he said he would do, and then the country is projecting to do excellent things, great things as well. So I don't understand then what do you want Africa then to do? How do you want Africa to prosper? Do you want Africa under, some type of Western power or some type of Asian power, some type of Arab power or something like that? Do you want Africa to be, self-independent the way we should, the position that we deserve in this world? Because if you're gonna criticize a man that's doing great things for his people and then his citizens are approving it as well, but then you so stuck on democracy, whatever your type of democracy is, right? But then you want to say, oh, it's a good thing that he's fighting against Sharia law and stuff like that. I mean, I don't understand how Africans could come up here when somebody else is doing great things for his country, right? You try to talk down and try to make up all type of excuses. That's fake, that's lie, that this and that. But at the same time, you want to prove that he's against Sharia law.
But Ben, when someone wants to do something,
That's what,
you don't want
man.
to
I don't
support all his
understand that.
idea. Even though, I
No,
mean,
that's not.
people may, be,
No,
may not agree
no,
with
city,
certain
no, city,
policy
city,
that he take, but they will agree with
city,
certain things that
city, city,
he
city,
do.
city. Just
Right?
give me 10 seconds. I'm gonna shut up. We have you much older than me, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you the truth. If Africa don't change when it comes to independent, like development wise, and create things within the next 10 to 15 years, Africa will be in chaos. I'm telling you the truth. You much older, much older. If Africa, the continent, specifically, especially West Africa, do not prioritize to development, Africa will be in chaos. You think of your fancy house that you building in like Liberia or like Ivory Coast, whatever it is, right? You think you're gonna live there peacefully when these kids eventually, right? Because right now they probably 5 years old, right, or 10 years old. When they become 20 years old, they don't have nothing to do. Have access to weapons, have access to drones. Because I'm talking about the next 20 years, next 10 to 15 years. The population that
What you
keep
mean is the
rising.
young kids are going to be radicalized and take over West
The
Africa. Is that what you
the
mean?
population. I'm saying like when it comes to like insecurity, like gangs or none of that. It doesn't have to be like somebody pick up, weapons, screaming, blah 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 and stuff like that. I'm saying like just basic, insecurity. Like when it comes to like, freedom. When somebody walk into your house with guns or somebody just jack you. You understand me, right? As if it's like a complete chaos, mayhem. I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
if we don't focus on
Ben,
world development
Ben.
for the next couple years. See, I'm telling you the truth about what I have
Okay,
studied
but
because I
what I
focus on
would
the
tell you,
future.
say, what I would tell you, I studied the Islamic religion in and out. The problem with our people, most of these people that practice Islamic religion, they are not educated. Most of the imam that give them all this information when they go to Friday prayer, they want everybody to go to the mosque. But when you look at the religion say the best place to practice the Islamic religion is in your house. It's in your
Okay,
house. You can do all your prayer in your house, right?
you know,
But all the imam, all they're going to preach is people should leave their work and go to mosque. And that's not what the religion said. But the
of
reason why
course,
they wanted people the most to be attractive to people because people go there, they give donation. That's why make the religion corrupt. right?
You know,
But
yeah,
but
yeah,
but again, it's hard. It's hard to educate. Let us say it's almost like how people that are fighting for
it's
jihad. Is the same
easy.
Islamic religion say that you have no right to take
It's
somebody's life.
easy.
You have no
It's
right to take
easy.
somebody's life. God is the only person that can take people's life.
It's
That's what
it's much
Islamic
easy.
religion say. But they will give the
Yes,
interpretation that when you kill some unbeliever, you are a jihad fighter, and which is of course is lie. That's not one mentioned in the Quran.
it's
So
easier. It's
so it's
easier.
easier to manipulate our people if the people not educated, right?
Yes,
This is the
100%.
problem that we have.
Can I just
I mean,
interject because you
it's
said something? Sorry, can I?
yeah.
I'm
Go
not.
ahead, go ahead.
I can't let this go.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I
brother,
apologize. Go ahead.
you're saying this is not in the Quran, but you know 100% that there's a lot of Muslims that don't just study the Quran, they study the hadiths, and in you know that there's all kinds of stuff in those hadiths. So when you say
Yeah.
it's not in the Quran, you need to be very truthful of the fact that the hadiths, because of all the stuff that's in there, there's even some Muslims that refuse to accept the hadiths as Muslim
Yeah,
because of some of the
the
No,
crazy,
no,
Quran is.
crazy.
they don't say that they don't accept it. I don't even
No, no,
go by the hadith.
Some people
And
say
Muslims.
that
no,
the hadith
I
has
know
to be
Muslims that don't go by the
Hassan or
hadith.
Sahih before they can accept it. If it's Da'if, it's too
exactly.
weak. They
Yeah.
won't accept the chain of narration for it.
Right,
Yeah,
so
so don't just yeah.
The
So
Sunni Muslim are the one that came up with all these hadiths, right? The hadith
okay, so when you talk about the Quran,
so
don't
let
just
me tell
say
you
that.
this. Even the Saudis, they don't have no knowledge of interpreting the Quran. That's what I tell Arabs all the time. When I tell you, say most of the Saudi don't even know how to read the Quran. They can read the hadith. If you know how to read Arabic, you can read the hadith. But you cannot read the Quran if you don't go to Quranic school and read that
That's what I'm
book and
saying
get the
because the Quran is
interpretation of it.
archaic. It's written in such an
Um,
old dialect of
Yeah,
Arabic.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
but the problem is, brother.
So
The problem is, brother. What you were saying is you were
you
trying to make out that the behavior of people is completely outside of Islam because it's not in the Quran. But what I'm saying
um
is some of those behavior is represented in the hadiths.
my
So
brother.
the Muslims that follow the hadiths, they're doing exactly what the hadith is telling them to
no,
do.
no, no, no.
Um,
It doesn't mean that they read the hadith. People,
No, no, there
the
are those
imam
who
then
read
that
the
go to
hadith.
these marks. Most of them don't even read hadith. Let me tell you this: if you go to Ivory Coast, right, in the
My
middle
brother,
of
I know
Yopougon,
Muslims that have read the hadiths.
but you know about Muslim, but I, this is my
Yeah, but
religion.
yes, it's
But
your
CD,
religion,
the
but
reason why is because
but
the hadith has a lot of problematic things in them,
there's a
right?
Yeah,
lot of
but the way
problematic
he's
things in
saying
them,
is
brother.
that he's saying that people read hadith. None of these people know how to
There
read
are yes,
hadith.
no, no, brother, please,
The
no. You
imam
have
in
to
the
listen.
mosque, right? Most
There
of
are
them go
people
to
who do read
religious
hadith.
school in Saudi Arabia. They went to Arabic school, right? They
But that's
taught
not true.
them more of hadith. So when they come to the mosque, what they preach on hadith because they think that's the word of
Yeah,
Prophet
because they're
Muhammad.
Sunnis, right? They're following the
Yeah,
sunnah of
they're
the
Sunnis.
prophet,
They follow
right?
the
Exactly.
hadith. Yeah,
It's,
no, no.
yeah.
Okay. Let me say this right. There was a that was an imam in my country in Sierra Leone, right? One day after after prayer and he's speaking and stuff like that, right? This is what he said out of his mouth, which I completely disagree with him. If it was a normal conversation, I probably would have cussed him out or say something disrespectful to him. You understand me, right? He said as Africans, we should accept that white people are better than us in every ways, in every aspect, right? Now imagine this guy is an imam. Imagine he's saying this
Is he a white
in the
guy?
mosque.
no, he said Arab. He said Arab,
In the
Oh, he's
African,
a
mosque.
yeah.
No,
white
no, no,
guy?
no, no. It's an African guy. It's a Sierra Leonean.
Yeah, yeah.
It's an African guy in the mosque
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that.
They give
Yeah.
wrong
So
information to a
yeah.
lot of
So
people. Yeah.
But
yeah. So
how's
yeah.
that
So
different, my brother?
hold
Please,
on. Hold on.
how's that?
Hold on. No. Hold on. Man, my brother. If man, sometimes
The
right.
prophet
If
did say whoever said the prophet is black should be put to death. I think that's in the hadith, right?
sometimes man,
and
sometimes some
and
of y'all right.
and you have to
Hold on,
understand this
City.
again.
Miss City. City.
When I tell some of this some of the Muslims that I said, well, I'm not going to go to Saudi Arabia. He said, why? I said, all I need is to feed 500 poor people. That's enough for me to go to suffice my
Yeah, but
own
City.
pilgrimage. But the most of the people don't know that.
Give
Why?
zakat.
Yes, zakat.
Can
Exactly.
I
Most of the people don't know that the reason is
Yeah, but
when people
city.
travel to Saudi Arabia, the Ivorian government going to get money, the airline going to make money, the Saudi government going to make. So all is around money. They
But
want people to go over there, but you have no need to
what
go there.
about kissing the black stone? See there, he erases all your sin and it testifies for you on the day of judgment.
That's a nonsense. You give
You
zakat.
saying that the prophet said that, so you're going against the prophet, see? That's a hadith that
I'm
says.
going by the Quran. That's what I'm telling you. I don't base my knowledge
City.
on hadith.
Some people have to realize is this, right? West Africa is dominated by Muslim. So if the religion is chaos, right? Which you like what you're trying to add up is just like then the complete West Africa should be in chaos as we speak. There won't be no place where there's peace.
I don't know if I can agree that it's dominated.
I'm just giving some some type of enlightenment just a little bit, right? Some people that just come out and say, it's dominated. No,
because
it is
dominated by Muslims. I disagree.
It's facts. It's facts.
It's not facts. What are you talking about? They don't dominate Liberia.
West Africa
Doesn't dominate Ghana. It's like 40, maybe 50, 45 in Ivory Coast. Doesn't dominate West Africa.
No. West Africa is 70% Muslim. That's facts.
What?
No. It's not.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Brother,
1 second.
Muslim,
Okay.
Mali, listen. Even Mali, listen. Mali.
What's the percent of Mali?
Mali is only 80% Muslim.
You ain't lying, man. Nah, please. You see.
Yeah, it's around there, 80-85%. You know, it's not 90%.
I don't take you serious,
Religion.
Let me finish my thoughts. Let me finish my thoughts, man. Let me finish my thoughts, man. Forget that. Let's move on.
Man, let him speak, bro. Relax. We're not fighting. Let him speak.
No, he interrupt me. He don't want to
okay, bro.
But guys, that's not important, man. We don't want to know the percentage of religion
I'm not trying to go back and forth with that, man.
Yeah.
It's just common sense.
But when I met said things, CD, like West Africa is 70% Muslim and it dominates West Africa. It's not true. A lot of countries
but that's not it. That's not. We just talking about religion in general. How religion is affecting. Like, for example, I've seen when I was in Africa, I've seen a Chinese man running a church where hundreds and Ivorians go to that church. The advertisements.
When you say Chinese, are you sure he's Chinese? He could have been Filipino because a lot of Filipinos are Christian.
Oh, well, he were Asians. Let me say,
So don't
Asian,
say
right.
Chinese, man.
So his son is over in Abidjan, and so.
Can I ask you what church was it?
I don't know. It's in Yopugon. I don't have to go to the church. His son is all over in Africa.
Was it a Catholic church?
If it's Catholic, it might be Filipino.
I don't have to know what the type of church is, but what I know, his commercial over the thing was all over the place.
The reason I'm asking is because the Catholic churches in Ivory Coast have
No. This is not a Catholic church because I went to Catholic school. Catholic church don't give that type of advertisement. I went to Catholic school. I did all my schooling in Catholic school. They educated me.
So you went to Muslim school and Catholic school?
Yes.
No, you went to a Muslim you went to a Catholic high school, right? Secondary school.
Yeah. When I did Arabic school up to 6th grade, and then my dad sent me to high school. Simura is a very high, famous high school in Liberia. Everybody knows it. Yeah.
Everybody. What we have to understand is this, right? The Africa that you went to school with, right? The age, when you went to like middle school, high school and college, if you went to college in Africa, right? You have to understand it is a different generation. The Africans that was alive during that time that taught you was probably completely different. They were more Africans.
I was not taught about in my school. All my teacher was white. They were all white.
I'm giving you current
okay.
Because I can relate to young people. You understand? I can relate to young people more than you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I was taught by all my high school were all white teachers.
Are you proud of that, Chidi? That you got taught by the white people?
I'm not proud of it.
Can I come in, gentlemen? I've been in backstage trying to get in to talk.
No. What I'm saying is that
guys, we got to pass the mic. We got a few new people on the panel, please.
We got BD. Go ahead, BD.
Yo, peace, Prince. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm all well, thank you. Peace to everybody on the call, the chat, watching at home. To the topic of your question of the show, I would say that it is a good thing that the president has banned Sharia law. You know what I'm saying? We as black people, we have a tendency to try to outpoke the Pope, even though we don't have the whole story of the situation. Like, for example, this same word that we're using, Sharia, it doesn't even mean law in Arabic. If you check the word, the etymology of the word, it actually means a pathway that you use to go towards water. Because at the time when the Quran was being formulated, the Bedouins, the desert Arabs, to find water was like finding a treasure, because their environment was such an arid land. You know what I'm saying? So they, so that's why they put that in their doctrine. The actual word for law, if you want to check it in Arabic, would be kanun. We know the Quran. We studied the Quran up and down. I know the Quran left and right, back, up, down, forward. It never taught me STEM. All the prayers, all the recitations and the quotations, it never installed on me a sense of learning STEM. So these Abrahamic religions, like a lot of the people have echoed this sentiment on this chat already, these Abrahamic religions, I even like to call it Abrahamic religions, because ever since they came to our country, it's almost like a curse on us. You know what I'm saying? And it's not relegated to just Islam. Christianity has the same thing too. The only thing is that Islam, their violence and their violence is overt, while Christianity, they do their violence covertly. But if you check Christianity too, it was the papal bull that was put out by Pope Nicholas that even sanctioned the transatlantic slave trade, to even start the transatlantic slave trade. With papal bills such as Dum Diversis, Romanus Pontifex, Inter Cateria, and all those other bulls they were writing. They actually was the ones that sanctioned the transatlantic slave trade. So why do we subscribe to these things? You know what I mean?
No, but it didn't come from the Bible.
So
It was just a man making a
may I come
decree.
in, please? May I come in? I just want to say the reason the Europeans study classics, which is Greece, is because there's a lot of information there that is the source of the information that came to, developed up until today. Mainly who are the main guys? Newton, Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo. All of these people studied Greek information through the Latin, and some directly Greek. And the information from Greece comes from Kemet. How are you going to be an African man and you haven't studied your high point? You just know certain basic things about Kemet, but when you really study Kemet, you begin to really understand these physical sciences. This brother's talking about STEM.
Is
You
Kemet
begin
the
to
high point
understand
for
that.
West Africans?
Yes, it is. And the reason why it is because Africans migrated through Exodus. Many migrated into West Africa as the Europeans
not
became.
Oyo, not Mali.
No. There's a book by Abubakar Lam that talks about the 6 migrations or 6 paths that came from the Nile Valley into West Africa. Some came into
Yeah,
Senegal
I
areas, some
agree with
came into
you.
other
I
areas.
agree with you, Shah. Majority of
So you need to read that book. You need to
Shah
hold
is
on.
right.
Let me finish.
Yeah. Okay.
When we do not understand our culture and our history, then we lose the best thing about us, which is what can work for us today. What can work for us today is if we take from the point that we left off 3,000 years ago, when we were building those pyramids and we had equivalents to trigonometry, geometry, algebra, anatomy, physiology. All of those things are. I went to Stanford Library and downloaded the medical papyrus. And in the medical papyrus, which is about, I think it was only about maybe 300 pages. In that medical papyrus, they have all of these different incantations and physical prescriptions, herbs, and different things, but it was also spiritual. So they had the spiritual and the physical. And this is what I'm saying is the best thing about us. We did not separate the physical world and the spiritual world, or the quantum physics world, because that's what quantum physics is really going into. And it's looking like every day, if you really study superposition and entanglement and particles, it looks just like spirituality to a degree. Yes, it does. So I'm saying that's where we are, in a place where we need an advantage because we're such the underdog. Our
Can I
advantage
just
is
say?
going to be, and I'm gonna land on this point because I know you guys jumping off the mic, right? Our advantage is going to be when we go back into our culture, our traditions, and study our sciences and bring the new day sciences with our old stuff and come in with some new innovation. Because if we don't have a some kind of um, an innovation that's going to be different, we're just going to be, we're going to be at their mercy because they're going to just, like you don't have the guns and the bombs and the whatever the next the AI and all of this stuff. We have something that was the beginning of the stuff that they have. All we have to do is realize what we have, study it, implement it into our institutions, along with the modern day sciences, to create some new stuff.
If I could just
Yeah,
finish
no,
one more
no,
second, bro,
nobody
to the
disagree with
point.
that. Sorry,
Guy,
sorry,
guys,
guys.
let BD speak. Go ahead, BD.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just want to wrap it up real quick. So, like, damn, I even forgot my train of thought. But anyway, man, I even forgot what I was going to say. But let me just think.
See, I
So,
want to give you a question on Quran. You say you read Quran?
so basically, if you like, just to back up, just to buttress what Shah was just saying. If you even look at the Quran, you can see where they picked and choose a lot of things from civilizations that predated it and incorporate, like a lot of the things you find in the Quran. You can find it straight in ancient Egypt. Like there's even a surah that's called Surah Asar, which is named after the
Surah
Egypt.
Al-Asri.
Asar, which is named after the god Asar from Egypt. But the Muslims would tell you that Asar means the afternoon because they don't like to give credit from where they took the things. But that's a whole different discussion. My point is this. Islam, as we have it today, Orthodox Islam, is nothing but codified Arab hegemony. That's all it is, point blank, period. That's why they would never look as a black person as an authentic Muslim, because even in Africa, when we practice Islam, we always add our traditional practices in it. Like Diners, you went to Sierra Leone, you know about the Moriman, you know about the Karamoko, you know about all those things we have in Sierra Leone. You go to Senegal.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Next time you go there, just
Yeah,
ask. They'll
it's
tell
true.
you.
It's right. It's right.
They'll tell
It's
you.
right.
You
We
go to
do.
Senegal, you know about the marabouts. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I know
Yeah, I know.
Senegal. I know Islam and Senegal very
No,
well.
Sierra Leone
Yes,
have the
sir.
same. It's right.
So basically, like Shah was saying, we can. There's some utility in it, but I think the detriments in it outweighs the benefits. You know what I mean? So like we got to upgrade some of our institutions. We don't have to throw away the baby with the bathwater. Yes, FGM. Like I heard somebody on here talk about female genital mutilation. Okay, yes,
Yes,
it
I
does.
did.
It does occur in Africa, but that doesn't mean we have to throw away the Bondo society. What we can do is just educate them on how to be more hygienic in their practices, or even maybe do something different. But we going to these other foreign institutions, Islam, Christianity, it hasn't done nothing for us, man. And we subscribe to these fairy
Are you
tales.
from Are you from Sierra Leone?
There's a hadith that even said that God wanted us to pray 500 times a day. But then the angel had to negotiate with God. He reduced it to 100. He reduced it to 10 until we came to 5 prayers a day. What kind of stupidness is that?
No, but those are interpretation of hadith. You can follow the hadith. That's what I'm telling you. That's the
Right, because
hadith
that's what I'm
interpretation.
saying. It's fake. It's false. Why do we
Yeah.
subscribe to these?
No, you can't
These
say false. I
ideologies?
don't know. But what I'm telling you, hadith guys, they came over hadith just to manipulate the Middle Eastern, just for them to be worshiping God. But hadith, I don't go by the hadith. I don't listen to the hadith.
Are you from Sierra Leone, brother?
No, sir. But I
So
have.
I want to ask Sierra Leone, do you know the school in Sierra Leone they call Ahmadiyya?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ahmadiyya and Zarur, both of
Right.
them.
You know, Ahmadiyya, that's why I give the Iran is the only Islamic country that let you, when you go to Iran, they let you to study science and technology. They built one of the best high school in West Africa. They call Ahmadiyya in Sierra Leone, right? Ahmadiyya, when I was in college, when I was going to school in Sierra Leone at Forabe, they were competing with grammar school. They used to tap Sierra Leone in both science and technology. Well advanced. They are not like the other Islamic country, like Saudi Arabia, where they only let you to study religion, they not let you to study science and technology. But the Iranian, if you're lucky to go to Iran with scholarship, they give you the best knowledge that you ever think of. They won't restrict you. They won't say that you only have to really relate religion. But then the Shia, they don't have that much power in West Africa. Very few Shia, right? maybe places like in Sierra Leone or certain part of West Africa, but they tend to give our people a very good education, and they are not dominating West Africa. Only the Sunni are dominating, you know, and our people not getting not much benefit from them. We need to learn the religion, you know.
There are two different things, anyway. But yeah, I agree. I agree with Sharp, the point I was making, that yes, he is right that most West African, in fact, all West African, are from the Nile Valley in what you call modern day Sudan, who migrated to where we are. The Niger Congo group, example, they came from that region. But I agree. We need to hold on to the good things that we had in the past that the rest of the world copied. Of course, yes, but also we need to get rid of the bad things. Simple as that. Moving on. So there's some point of agreement on there. I pass the mic. Thank you.
All right, guys, real quick.
Can I just
Documentary, guys, please stream my documentary. Go to documentary.searchforhuru.com, documentary.searchforhuru.com, and stream the documentary. If you have not gotten the documentary yet, please go to documentary. Link is in the chat room and link is on the screen. Go to documentary.searchforhuru.com and stream my awesome documentary. There's over 100 of you all in the chat room. Guys, you have not streamed or purchased the documentary, please do so. Once you stream it, once you order it, it is yours forever. Ngolo. All right, we can't hear him. He can't hear me, I guess. Again, go to documentary.searchforhuru.com and stream the documentary. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say about what the brother said about Egypt and our connection to Egypt. There's a big problem for us, especially for us in the diaspora. There's a language issue because there's a lot of work done on Egypt in French by a lot of West African scholars, and because their work is in French, a lot of our brothers who are English speakers miss it. So there's a professor by the name of Akiri Silla from the Ivory Coast. He's done a lot of work on the Egyptian alphabet, and essentially 3 years ago he was able to um, dissect it in a way that nobody else could. And there was a big, you know, thing about it. The press came and he gave a big conference about it. He for the brother, he says he knows Ivory Coast. He's the current professor at the University of Cocody in Abidjan, and essentially he gives these lectures once every 3 months on YouTube right now. And I'll give you guys the channel. But what he does is he essentially demonstrates throughout his lectures the connection between our current African languages, and he does it through every single country, right? So he uses the Igbo languages, he uses so all the different Nigerian languages. Some of them he'll use some from Mali, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, even Gabon. He goes to Congo, right? He goes even to East Africa, some of the countries, and he demonstrates how we have the same meaning for things as the ancient Egyptians to this day. Like, although we've lost, a lot of our knowledge through, a lot of looting and burning, etc. But the biggest thing that our ancestors have left us is in our language. And there's a lot of work being done in deciphering the language. And you can see the connection between the languages and ancient Egyptian languages and practices that we still do today. And the lectures are so, like, they're so eye-opening. I mean, for my Christian brothers, you want to go see one of his lectures where he explains how even, like, the Christianity is a cult of is essentially a doggone creation. Because obviously, as you know, there were like 42 nomes in ancient Egypt, and as you know, most of African tribes would have been um either part of or connected to one of these 42 nomes. And some of these stories that are spread out, Christianity being one of them, would have been a clear sort of copying or plagiarism, right, works where they've literally just gone in, picked up some papyruses and gone, okay, so this is talking about the the for example the Golgotha, when they talk about Golgotha where Jesus did whatever he did at Golgotha. But when the professor that explains actually what Golgotha is within the Dogon religion or the Dogon practices, how it's literally the skull, it literally represents a skull, and what it was is the practices of our ancestors where before they set up a village, there was a person who would sacrifice themselves, and the skull of that person would be used, as sort of a pillar, um, upon which the village would be set up. And so that was part of the tradition, essentially. Those, which became, folklore. And when you can see he builds that connection straight through to how the Christians, you know, came to take that story from the Dogons and make it something else. It's literally a bunch of stories from our ancestors that they just took and just mixed and matched together. And so for anyone who wants to see his lectures, his name, the YouTube channel is Como Sapiens. So if you go on YouTube, you type in Como, Komo, and then space Sapiens, as you hear it, Sapiens, and you can go see most of his lectures there. He's got a latest one where he talks about the ancient Egyptians' teachings about the souls. And he explained what, like, for example, we've got a tribe in Ivory Coast called the Akans. And the Akans, they have folklores that are essentially exactly the same as you find in ancient Egyptian writings. It's like there's literally no differences. Like from for anybody who wants to question the fact that West Africans are not from ancient Egyptians, they're just literally misguided because there's so much work that's been done in it that at this point it's not even a conversation that West Africans only moved to West Africa because of the fall of Egypt. It's not even a debate. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say. And if anybody else wants to jump onto that.
Anthony Browder found Adinkra symbols on the wall. They were renovating, excavating, and restoring some tombs in the 26th dynasty. And he's been doing that work. In fact, he had to go silent on the work because of the fact that the Arabs are polarized against anybody that's trying to depict the true nature of ancient Egypt, that he can't even post any stuff. So I don't even know if he's still doing his restoration of these tombs that he's been doing for 12, 13 years. And black folks, African Americans, are part of the groups that's doing the excavations and supporting him financially. But anyway, he found these Adinkra symbols on the ceiling of the tomb.
Hey, Dinus,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, because this thing is weird. I don't know.
Well,
what
I just got
happened.
on. I was trying to.
Oh, that was you. Okay. So yeah, I mean that's a direct thing. Now he's supposed to be doing a book on that, but we haven't heard anything. That was about 6 years ago that he found that. So yeah, those are direct connections. And then you look at the Dogon culture, there's more connections, but just looking at their astrophysics and the knowledge that they know of these physical stars, the physical knowledge that they know is amazing. And it is something that we need to be, we need to have our think tanks working to get that information, teach the information as it is, and then try to innovate on that information. And we're not even thinking, we're talking about the Christianity and Islam. So that means
I
that
want to say this.
our attention is off of where we should be going, can be going in terms of utilizing this knowledge that they have that cannot even be seen by the physical eye and has only been able to be seen since the 1950s with a telescope. We're talking about the Dogon's aspect. What is what does the
Yo, I got something to say on the
ethnic
topic.
group? What I know. I just started. I mean, everybody get a little bit of time.
But he
What
ain't
is
even spoken yet, brother.
Okay, let me land on this. Give me 10 seconds. What is the ethnic groups in Liberia that have the knowledge, their sacred science in Liberia, that we just don't think is important because it's voodoo or whatever? And that knowledge is just sitting there, and they've got knowledge that is unique to their ethnic group. We need all of that knowledge.
Okay, bro. Now,
Is this still in the
I
order?
don't know. I think the topic here is, Ibrahim Traoré ended. Is Ibrahim Traoré ending Sharia law? Now, I'm all for Ibrahim Traoré ending Sharia law because all that extreme radicalized version of Islam as a whole, if you want to go there, is doing nothing but causing negativity for black folks wherever it is. The same way, in many ways, the same way Christianity is. As long as black people walk around practicing the religions of aliens, then we will never be liberated. We'll continue to find ourselves in tumult and chaos. I think it was Amos Wilson that says that alienation means that you serve aliens, and by when you practice the religions of other people, that's exactly what you're doing. I mean, if you go back to the Benin Empire and look at some of the Benin bronze heads, like the depictions of their gods had big lips and stuff like that, and then their gods looked like them, right? So obviously, when black people was on the court, their gods looked like them. So anytime we're walking around here worshiping, imaginary, spirits of people who chopped our wanks off and did all kind of crap to us, then in many ways we deserve exactly what we get because you refuse to let go of your colonized mindset. Now let's go and talk about, so I'm all for Ibrahim Traoré implementing that policy because that policy is a realistic policy, it's a practical policy, and it's a policy that must be created if we are to free our minds from from colonization of these alien nations. Now, to talk a little bit about the history, somebody was mentioning Khan and how I don't know if the professor he was talking about, the writer that he was talking about, is Theophile Obenga. I think he was mentioning somebody else, but Theophile Obenga, the famous student of Cheikh Anta Diop, wrote a lot on African languages and how in the same way that Latin and Greek is the fathers of European language. So Latin and Greek is the mother and fathers of most European languages. Ancient Egyptian and Nubian or whatever is the mother and father of most African languages. I think Theophile Obenga goes even further to say that at one point we were speaking one languages, but then as a result of all the invasions of ancient Kemet, the black people started to migrate into these different areas, and the Kemet language started to turn into dialects, and from dialects they turned it into distinct languages. So, and that's why when you go into different African languages, you find similarities among those languages. And then even when you talk about the African, the ancient Egyptian languages, some of those names are pretty much still Akan. I mean, look at Tahuti. The name Tahuti literally means to understand visions in the head, because Te means to understand, Hu means to see, and T just means head. It's a short version of the word head. And that's exactly what wisdom is, to see visions in the head in many ways. And then look at the name of Nefertiti. Ne in Akan means that's a possessive pronoun that can mean his or her. Fe means beauty, and Titi means head. So, I mean, the name Nefertiti in Akan literally means her beautiful face. So, like, and somebody, I know when I was speaking to one of my brothers who I work with, down here, he's a bailiff, but he happens to be from Ghana. And oftentimes when we get time, we speak Chi, and he actually helps me on Chi. But he always tells me that I know more Chi than him, and I'm not even native there. But it's because I have a higher understanding of the language than the people who speak it, because they don't objectify their own language. Whereas when somebody comes in and doesn't speak that language, they're in a more advantageous position because they can objectify the language rather than just use the language. And I see that trend also in the English language. Because of my heightened understanding of languages, I tend to understand English even better than the native speakers of English. And that same principle holds with Chi. And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure we can find people who are way more proficient in Chi than me, they're native speakers, and I'm not making that claim. But that's one of the things that the brother said. He said a lot of times you'll find native speakers of Chi who don't really understand it on the level that they ought to be able to understand it on. That's all I'm saying. But I hate to travel off into the weeds, but somehow we went from making Sharia law illegal all the way back to the ancient Egyptians, which I don't find nothing wrong with it. Oftentimes when we're talking about the present plight of black people, we oftentimes have to reach back, to make a better understanding of the present. I think it was Dr. Booker T. Coleman that said that history is like a slingshot. The further and further you go back, the the further and further you propel further. So I invite going back to analyze history to see what place it plays in our present. And certainly, obviously, as a result of the conquering of the defeat of the Byzantine Empire by the Arabs in 700 AD, those sand crabs took over that nation and pushed the black people that were still left there after the Greek and Roman conquest further into Africa. But in terms of Sharia law, I'm all for it. That's a black power move. We see no leader on the planet right now that's making the moves that like Ibrahim Traoré is making. And I was telling one of my brothers here, because most black people, most African Americans, most black people in the diaspora in general don't know what's going on in the black world. But that's a result of their massively Eurocentric indoctrination. So they only know what's going on in the white world, such that they even sit around and listen to political debates by white people and inject themselves into those political debates as if the white people's interests are their own. But that's only a misunderstanding of their own interests and as a result of their own indoctrination. But if black people understood what was going on in the black world, they would see that the most significant and relevant leader in the black race has emerged on the continent. And I think a lot of African Americans are used to serious black leaders usually emerging outside of the continent. You know what I'm saying? Like a Garvey or X, you know what I mean? Or, and that's just, or Delaney, just going, or Padmore, you know what I mean? But there have been very, very significant and relevant black leaders that emerged on the continent. And if you ask me, they've been the most strongest leaders, like Nkrumah and Sankara and things of that nature. So, the most significant and relevant black leader that this race has seen probably in the 21st century at least has emerged on the continent, and most black people don't even know about it because they're too injected in the black world. You know what I'm saying? So Ibrahim Traoré has made a very, very revolutionary move by not only kicking out these white people and all these white interests in this country and taking control of his resources, but also recolonizing the mind of black people such that it's oriented towards black power. And I end there, brother. I'm sorry.
And I hope,
man.
I mean, it's still
I'm
about
next, bro.
Let
You
me
done
ask the last
spoken
person
before.
that spoke. Let me ask the last person that spoke. Let me ask the
Nah, I'm the
last
last
person.
person.
That spoke the
I was
question.
courteous and let the brother go.
Yeah,
Me.
go then, Golo.
Yeah, but Ibrahim Traoré is the greatest leader of our time by far. It's not even close. Anybody who detests him, you are enemy. Regardless, I don't care what it is, bro. If you listen to what the speech he gave at Yaga in Burkina Faso, I mean everything that he said, he just outlined the problem and the solution within the speech he gave, bro. It's like, dude he is the manifestation of everything that any real Pan-Africanist espouses. As far as Sharia law is concerned, bro, that's like if you go watch that video of the FLA neutralizing them the Mahdi soldiers, bro, talking about Allahu Akbar. Anybody who side with Islam, bro, and you watching them just mow down your people because of some interpretation they got with the religion, you an enemy, bro. Like, come on, bro. It's the stuff is fake, it's nonsense. Anybody that has any type of intellect knows that anything in the Quran is just counterproductive to science, and it's just counter to science, bro. Like, come on, we grown. I understand children believing in that nonsense, but we grown men and we grown women. So let's let all that stuff go. Culturally, it imposes. I done said this before on the platform. I'm not even gonna go into all the stuff with Islam because I done said it before. But yeah, like I was saying, eBay, man, he's the greatest, man. We need to all get behind him. I don't care where you from. In the diaspora, where you from on the continent, your leaders for the most part. No, I ain't even gonna say. If you're not in the AES, your leaders is not on nothing for real in Africa. So get behind eBay, man. I'll let somebody else talk.
Well, I don't think what you saying that doesn't make no sense at all. First of all, eBay, he's a Muslim, right? He's not destroying the entire religion. He just saying Sharia law is not something that we should practice in any part of Africa. And he's right. And if Christian were to take this type of decision, they will say, "Oh, he's against my religion," but he practicing Islamic religion. He's not destroying the entire religion. He just said you cannot practice Sharia law in my country. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's saying Islamic religion is fake, is nonsense. Nah, that's not what he's
Did you
saying.
listen? Did you listen to his speech
No,
that he
no, no,
gave in
no. That's
Yagda?
not what he's saying. This guy
Did
is a committed Islam Muslim.
I didn't say
Every
he said that.
Burkinabe will tell
I
you
said
that.
I'm saying
He's
that. I'm
not
saying
saying
Islam
he's
is
not
nonsense.
going
But I'm
against the
asking you, did
entire
you listen to his
religion.
speech at Yagda?
You just finished. He's not going against the entire religion. And everybody knows Sharia law is a nonsense. People go to the extreme of every religion, whether Christianity or Islam. People will go far to the right or far to the left to go to extreme what is not even mentioned in the Quran. And he's right. I've seen him performing prayer. And I will even believe that this guy know the interpretation of Quran. But he's not going to say, oh, everything in the Quran is fake. No, I'm not going to go to that level.
Well, I
But I
didn't say
do
that
know
he
very
said that
well,
everything in the Quran is fake. Like, what are you
nah,
talking about?
you're not making no
I'm
sense.
saying that
But
everything in
what
the
I would
Quran is fake.
say is
I did a sidebar and
the
said as a
hadith,
sidebar to grown adults,
the
yes,
hadith
everything in the Quran is fake.
the hadith that is bringing more issue into the religion, that's the one that I'm not listening to.
Brother.
Right?
See this, brother. What you
Can you
talking
let me
about?
talk?
I hear what you're saying
You
as far
just
as the
finish what you
religion
were
is concerned,
saying.
and I didn't even want to go into the theology of it. But if you talking about being a Quran only Muslim, your life would be in danger in most
You
parts of the
just finish.
Levant.
I'm not saying Quran is the only rule. I'm just saying that this is what I read. This is what I understand.
I'm
This is
not,
what I say.
you in a
So
large minority. Majority of people in West Africa are Maliki Sunni Muslims, brother.
no, but Ibrahim
Let me say
Traoré would
something real
not
quick.
tell you say Quran is fake. He would never tell you that. He
But
never
again,
mentioned that in his
that's a
speech.
straw man. I never said he said that the Quran is fake. I'm saying the Quran is fake. I'm saying what he said at that
Yeah,
speech at
but you,
Yagda is everything that
this
every
is
leader
your
should be
opinion.
saying and
This is
implementing.
your opinion.
Why are you conflating that?
But what I would tell you is Ibrahim Traoré is a committed Muslim. He know that his country, they have Christians, they have Muslims, they live together. It makes no sense to practice Sharia law in our country. It makes no sense. It's
Man,
almost
eBay don't care nothing about
going
no
against the
Islam, man. He
society.
cares about
This
African
is the reason
liberation.
why he's doing it. Even though first of all, when the Saudis went to Ibrahim Traoré that they want to build mosques, he said, "No, I don't need any more mosques. I need to improve my people's life. I need schools. I need science and technology. I'm tired of being mosques." But does
I
that
agree
mean
with
that
you.
he's going against the religion? No. No, you can come and
I
just
mean, brother,
like that
that's really
everything of our
semantics.
religion is fake. No,
If he
that
was
doesn't make no
if he was
sense. I have spoken
theocratic
a lot
leader
of
like
things against
Muslims would
Islamic
want him to be, he would
religion,
have asked for more
and I know
mosques.
people go to
You
certain
contradicting
extreme, which is
yourself.
wrong.
You
So,
contradicting yourself though. If
I
he
mean,
directly said he doesn't want more mosques in his country and he already has satisfactory mosques, he's not theocratic. He's putting Islam to the back burner and putting the development of his country at the front burner.
why would that
I'm
make
not
sense
saying he's detesting
to
Islam out the
build
way.
mosques
He should,
everywhere
in
in
my
the
opinion.
country? It
But
doesn't make no sense. There are so many mosques, and he is right. The same Quran is they give the interpretation. The best place to practice your religion is in your house, right?
I agree with that.
So
Can I
he
say
give
something real
the
quick?
actual
Can I
interpretation
say
of
something real quick?
religion. So,
Can I
but
say
you
something real
come here
quick?
and say, "Well, Quran is fake." Please, I don't want to go
The
that far.
Quran
Ibrahim
is fake,
Traoré would
man.
never tell
Come
you
on, bro.
that.
You a grown man. And do you believe that there's some veil of giants on the other side of the world,
Ibrahim
bro? Come on,
Traoré
bro. Like that stuff is
never said that in
nonsense.
his speech.
You believe
I
in
didn't
jinn
even
and all
listen
that
to the
other
speech,
stuff,
but he
bro? Come
would
on,
never
bro.
mention that to you. Ibrahim Traoré would never say that. I'll tell you
Of
that for
course,
a fact.
that's being politically correct. I mean, if he was aware of the information, he definitely would say that he's logical. But
No, but it doesn't make sense. This is a country where they have Christian and Muslim and living together. Why would you want to bring some Muslim law that cut people hand off, that torture people certain way that the other part of the society don't agree with? Do you know how the amount of percentage of Christian in Burkina Faso? They're both a Christian Muslim live together.
yeah,
My uncle married to a Christian lady from Burkina Faso. Or name was Georgette Sangari. She took the guy's last name. But my uncle is Muslim, Ibrahim Sangari. But his wife is Georgette, right? She's Burkinabe, live in France right now. So, but she's a Christian. And some of the kids follow her to be Christian. And some of the kids follow Ibrahim Sangari to be a Muslim. But Ibrahim Traoré would not tell you, say, Quran is fake. Nobody should practice Islam religion. No, that's not what he said.
I did not say he. Why you keep saying, bro? I think you have a listening imperative. I did not say he said verbatim that they should get. That's my personal opinion. Islam should be banned. I didn't say he said that verbatim. I'm talking about what he's talking about from implemented it from in Islam. This implemented from Islam, as far as the Sharia and extremists.
Well, everybody knew that we all speak against extremist Muslim, both Christian and Muslim. But Ibrahim Traoré, he know what he doing. He would never come and say, well, everything that we practice as a Muslim is not right. I mean, this guy did this in the Porkigami. You say you cannot open church anywhere anymore. You have to show me your license. You have to tell me that you are educated in Christianity, and then we have the resources to open church for you. You can't just open church and you run that anymore. And that doesn't mean that it's going against Christianity. No, it's not going against Christianity.
That's not what Uncle is saying. He's pretty much saying that, like, IB is very intelligent. You know, he's very articulate when he speaks, right? So from what I see, and of course me and him is from the same culture, he's a Pan-Africanist first, he's religion second. He doesn't, as you notice, he doesn't lead with religion. Even the guy, the imam that he got arrested. Remember, Joe and E, he was the guy that he got arrested. He was leading the prayer. He was praying with him. So he let it be clear. He said, "Listen, I don't care if you're Christian. I don't even care you're Muslim." Because he made it clear. He arrested that guy because he said, "Listen, if you support me because I'm Muslim, then don't support me at all. Period." So, and that's where the direction is going. Is assuming Gorgeous following that direction, and also Niger. Niger. Because I mentioned what happened 3 weeks ago in Niger. They had an imam that had a sermon, and he was preaching radicalism. So the people from Niger got together and said, "No, this guy he's preaching radicalism, and he needs to be arrested." And they arrested that guy, which has never been done before.
Arrest.
Yeah, that has never that. I'm telling you, Sid, you from Liberia, you know that has never been done before on a continent. So it's just telling you that said that for an imam to go preach radicalization, and then the people got together and got him arrested, that has never been done before.
And that's how it should be, because they're giving false information to people. Most of the imams, they are not educated by the religion. They're just doing it for popularity, and people should go to their mosques. They should be arrested. Yeah. And I think that's the right step that he's taking.
Right. Because the conversation has to be had, and it's been a long time, man. Because I remember at one time he couldn't say anything, and for him addressing it, man, it's needed.
Definitely.
And I'm letting you know those Hebrew Israelites. And I'm letting you know those Hebrew Israelites here in look, let me say this. Let me say this. And those Hebrew Israelites about 10 seconds away from Sharia law. Israelite are like some type of Judaic form of it, you know, with the way that they be preaching, and you know what I'm saying, how they kind of, you know what I'm saying, just bull crap, you know, just interpretation, not fact, right? Just coming with interpretation. When the Bible says serpent, they don't mean snakes. See, they mean a person, man. They mean an evil person. They don't mean snake. You know what I'm saying? And all this interpretation and no fact. You know what I'm saying? Like all this commingling of myth and reality just does nothing but confuse the black mind, right? And put it in a state of absolute, just pretty much out of touch with reality. Where you're living in a world that's completely inconsistent with the Bible that you read. And that same phenomenon is going on with Islam. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of this stuff is driven by sex. And let me say this one. A lot of this stuff is driven by sex. Where these people, let me say this. Where these people are literally running around murdering people about the type of sex they're going to have in the afterlife. You know what I'm saying? Think about how crazy that is. You know what I'm saying? You out here murdering people because you think you're going to get some good sex in the afterlife. You think you're going to get 72 verses. That's insane, bro.
But Skywalker,
and in America, it's really no different. See, African and America or the diaspora are suffering the same thing. Whereas it's religious terrorism, running amok against in West Africa. Here amongst the diaspora, it's commercial terrorism, where they doing the same type of thing for materials. Matt, who's finna say that? Somebody was speaking. I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
I was gonna answer what you're saying. So you know what they do is, right? Like, just say if you have a kid who hasn't been eating for days, who doesn't have no money, whatever. So what will happen is these demons will go and they say, hey, you thirsty? Here's some water. Oh, you got no clothes? Here's some clothes. Oh, you have no food? Here's some food. Pretty much, it's like a savior complex. You saved me, right? And then they say, hey, let me preach you to this book. And that's how they brainwash them, whatever, right? And once they get brainwashed, whatever, they say, hey, you can get these things, but you gotta do these things first. And that's why they get manipulated doing the things that they do in the Sahel.
Let me say something.
Hey, real quick, guys. Hit the like button. Please hit the like button. And one more time, guys, please buy the documentary or stream the documentary. Skywalker, have you got the documentary yet? Skywalker.
And my brother, look, that's no different than what the Bloods and Crips do here in America.
Skywalker.
He's not hearing you.
Can you hear me, Skywalker? Skywalker, can you hear me?
He got a delay, brother.
Skywalker, can you hear me?
Oh, no, Dinus, but I'm definitely finna buy it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna buy it when I get off. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Y'all be saying that I got you, and dude, y'all be saying that I got you,
Can you hear me?
Y'all don't got me.
Yeah, Dinus, can you hear me? Am I going in and out?
We hear you now, but
I got a delay up.
Hey, what I'm saying is you guys be saying I got you, but then y'all ain't got me. Now his audio don't work.
It done. It's about Ben. You got the documentary.
Listen, y'all be like, I got you, then y'all ain't got me. Marie, you good, Marie.
Nah, you right. Nah,
Ben got the documentary already.
Marie, you good, Marie. You didn't buy documentaries, clothes. You didn't came on trips with me. So Marie, you good. You know you good, Marie. Skywalker, you there?
I think he dropped off because his mic.
All right, go ahead, Yemoja.
Hi, Dinus.
Yemoja, you get the documentary, Yemoja?
Yes, I have the documentary.
That's right. You got it when the first rolled out. That's right. Go ahead, Yemoja. Go ahead.
So, I am here to talk about the topic, and as a woman who's very interested in Burkina Faso, I'm very excited that Sharia law is being displaced. If Burkina Faso is going to be the economic and political powerhouse of the western side of Africa, it needs all hands on deck. And so the limitations for women that Sharia law brings forth is a hindrance. And so I'm excited. Hopefully this is real, and hopefully it's effective immediately.
And sister, I just wanted to let you know that it is real and it is in effect, because those sermons that the imams be having, they're monitored, and anybody that goes outside that sermon gets arrested. So just to let you know, FYI.
Oh, awesome. Because I was there in October with the ADDI delegation. So I saw a lot of the work that was being done. And there's plenty more to be done, a lot in the STEM side of things. So, yeah, all hands on deck.
I'm proud of you, sis.
All right, Miss Sisters, go ahead. Miss Sisters, unmute yourself.
Oh, you know what? I really didn't have a question, but I will go ahead and ask. You all talked about Africa becoming.
While we wait on her, Dinah, you'll be putting people on the spot.
As far as what? No, I'm just saying. I've been telling.
I love it.
But Yemoja, listen. I've been asking people to buy the documentary, and they're like, "I got you." I know Negro talk. I know I got you. I know Negro talk when I hear it.
Right. Okay, I love it.
Can you hear me?
Hold them accountable.
Yeah, we hear you, Miss Sisters. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just have a couple of clarifying questions because I am Black American, And to be honest with you all, we don't get much information or news on Africa. And it's not because we are not interested. Well, you know what? I will retract that. Some Black Americans are not interested in what goes on in Africa. And the second reason is because a lot of our news sources, they just don't report on it. It's just not considered priority news. But I do have a clarifying question just based on what I've been hearing from several speakers. Someone said that if a change isn't made on Islam, it's quite possible that Africa could become chaotic. So, do you mean that the economy will collapse? It will become more violent? Because what comes to mind right now is Haiti. I don't know if you all have been keeping track of it, but the news reports are quite dire. It says Haiti is collapsing. So, is that what you're feeling? What would happen if a change isn't made? That's my
So,
question.
let me
No,
answer that question. Let me hold on, super. Let me answer the question. Right, like if, like I mentioned before, if you see what happening in Somalia and Sudan, because what happened is with Sharia law, it prevents certain things. Prime example that you see what's going on in Afghanistan. The women don't have a right to go into school. They can't go. They can't even drive. So pretty much they put limitations on certain things. It dumbs you down to a point which you're living back in the Stone Ages. So you won't like progress. You know what I'm saying? So that's why that's why they were saying that, if that Sharia law gets passed, you're gonna see another Somalia and another Sudan. So
Oh,
that's what they're talking about.
okay.
Yeah, they just wanted they fund these quote unquote terror organizations to make it more stable for these companies. A lot of the times when you see
Yeah,
these
I
terror
saw
groups
a
spring
couple
up,
years ago when
it's
AZDI
some
went, I think the
resources
first
that are
year,
near. It be
that
by
they
mines
had a
or
Hey, one second. Hey, Shaw, I don't think you can hear us, Shaw.
um,
Shaw, can you hear us, Shaw?
yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, somebody was talking. You just started.
yeah, I
All of
was
a sudden you
talking.
started
Oh
talking.
yeah,
Yeah,
I couldn't hear everything.
yeah. Go ahead and go.
Yeah, I was just saying a lot of these quote unquote terror groups, they spring up, they be by mines, and a lot of these corporations that have access to and fund these groups to try to defend them. But France just wants these groups all over. They've been doing it all over the continent in the East too. They've been funding terrorist organizations. Ukraine is supplying these terrorist organizations with drones too. It's just Western hegemony. Even when you mention Haiti, Haiti's destabilized because of the United States directly. So. I mean, you're not going to get rid of quote unquote imperialism with these puppets. What we need is leaders like eBay, Simi, and Abdul Rahmane. So, and we got them right now. So, if you're looking for stability, it's not finna get like it's chaotic right now as we speak. They're getting it to a place where it's stable.
Okay. And then my second question is this. Typically, what happens when there is a disagreement within a religious community, there's a schism. Have you all thought in Africa about breaking off and creating your own form of Islam that's African centered, if
They
that makes
already have.
Yeah, there is
That's already happened.
it's already African centered. But the issue, remember I said earlier, is that you have these certain Africans, they'll go to Saudi Arabia, they'll learn Islamic law, right? They'll go study their butt off, whatever, and then as soon as they come back home, remind you, they came from an African version of Islam. But when they come home, they're like, oh, whatever I learned in the Middle East, they're not doing that. So you guys are doing it wrong. You need to go do it this way. So they get radicalized.
And
So
that's
that's
really been happening since the
I
7th
I'm gonna
century.
I'm gonna disagree with that, to be honest, because from my experience, the Islam in Africa right now, especially in my region, West Africa, is not African centered. In fact, the debate going on right now is to try and center it around African culture. Because, for example, one of the issues that came up during the last Ramadan, especially in Ivory Coast, was that in the Islamic practices, they are advised to break the fast using the date, which is a fruit that essentially I think is available in Saudi Arabia, right?
Hmm.
But the date doesn't grow; it doesn't exist in Africa. So if you want to break your fast, why are you advised to use the dates? Why can't you use African food? So that was one of the debates that was going on, and some of the Muslims who are trying to push that fight forward, to try and Africanize Islam, was essentially saying to the other Muslims, look, we can practice our religions, without adopting Arabic or Saudi culture, because even the way they dress, that's cultural. That's got nothing to do with the religion. Dates, having to eat dates, to break your fast, that's got nothing to do with the religion. That's strictly cultural. Like there's a lot of these things within the practices that have nothing to do with the religion that our brothers and sisters still do, not realizing that it's strictly, sort of Saudi culture, and that they could remove all of that and essentially just replace them with African cultural, habits. And that's one way that I think would Africanize a religion. And there's a lot of Muslims that are trying to do that, but obviously, as you know, there's opposition to that, because
Yeah.
there are some Muslims who still want to do what they currently do, which is
But
to
that's
look
not
up
mentioned.
to.
I don't know what you're saying. If that makes sense, that's true though.
Yeah,
Like
because and I
that
know, like
Islam say that you have to use a date to break a fast.
no,
I
city,
said
city.
Yeah,
first of all,
it's
that's
a
not what I
Said
said.
Sunni.
I said
But
advice.
It's a
he's saying
sunnah
that's
when
what
you
he's
use
saying,
a date.
CD. He's
My
saying that
brother,
it's
my
not
bro,
Quranic. He's
When you
saying that
my
use
it's not
brother.
when you
Quranic.
use when you
You,
eat a date to break your fast,
brother,
it's a
you
sunnah,
need to listen.
and
No, you
it's
need
in
to
the
listen when
Quran.
people
That's
speak.
what he's saying,
Hold on, CD.
CD.
You need to listen when people speak,
No,
please,
no, but that
before
would
you
not be
respond.
a debate in the mosque. That people would
No,
debate on that in the mosque in Ivory
who
Coast.
said anything about debate in a mosque?
Where he said there's a debate going
This
on
is what
that
I said.
how people should break their
This is
fast.
what I said. This is what I said about listening before you respond. What I was
Okay.
talking about is within the Ivorian populace. I didn't mention anything about a mosque. I'm not Muslim, so how would I be in a mosque to know, right? This is Ivorian people in general, Muslim and non-Muslim alike. There were debates going on because a lot of Muslims are Pan-Africanists, yeah, and those Muslim Pan-Africans are trying to get their brothers and sisters who are not to Africanize the religion, because they see the dangers of essentially some of these other countries like Saudi Arabia trying to use the religion to impact or to essentially meddle in the affairs of African countries. And one of the things that came up was the fact that it's advised, yeah, advised to break your fast with a date. You're not gonna tell
Yeah,
me that that doesn't exist. It does.
no, but that's not the
No,
important part of religion. What I would tell you is
I know,
the
but
what they call
I was
most
giving an
Sunni.
example, my brother.
Yeah, but I'm responding to what you said, and I read the Quran. That's what I'm telling you. The
Yeah, but
reason why
you keep coming back to the Quran, my brother. I was
no, no, because
explaining that.
what you saying, every these sometimes contradict I mean, take to a different level,
Yeah,
right?
but
It's not
that's your belief,
contradicting.
my brother. You don't represent all Muslims. You
No,
keep
no,
coming
I'm
back to
not
belief.
No,
representing every
his
Muslim.
point
That's
of
my
view
point.
represents a very small minority of
Yeah,
Muslims.
you
Very
don't
few
represent all
I'm
very
not
Muslims.
few
Because
representing
your
all
Muslims
brother has
align
Muslim,
on
but
this.
what you
my
said
brother.
right
There's a large
now,
population
he
of
said
Muslims that
there's a
follow hadith.
debate. People will not debate on using a
I
date
didn't
to
say.
break a
First of all, I
fast.
didn't say there
But
was a
but
debate.
but
Okay,
but
my
he
they
brother.
said
they
that it
would
was
debate,
advised. That's what he said.
reciting the surahs, or just for example
First,
al-Fatiha in their own language. They would debate that in the Quran. And them
nowhere in
in
the
Arabic.
Islamic religion that would debate that people should use a
No one
date
said that there
to
was a
break a fast.
debate in
It's
Nah,
a
in
but
our
debate.
okay,
religion.
but
What is
I
going
just
on?
provided an alternative
Sidi, are you
example
hearing? Are you
that's
listening
even
when
more
people
Uh,
speak?
deleterious to the culture.
city,
It's a,
city,
I mean, Masache, why
yeah,
would that be an issue for people? The things that people debated, that's not something that
no,
very
no,
The
much
lady,
goes in the
listen, the
Islamic
lady
religion,
mentioned
right? What the
Africanizing
religion said, let me
religion.
finish. What the religion
okay.
said is, if you fast, the best thing to do when you're breaking your fast is just a pure water, right? The reason why they bring the date during the time of the Prophet Muhammad people had access to date in Saudi Arabia, in Mecca, which is access in Bano in Saudi Arabia. So that's why people were using a date. And every Muslims know very well that we don't have a date in Bano in West Africa. So you can use a pure water to break your fast. But for the fact that you said there's a
Muslims
debate,
in West
there's a
Africa tried to get
debate
dates.
in the
They tried to
Islamic
get dates, my brother. Why you
among the Muslim
listen?
that you
Look,
should use a date. That
Sidi,
is
one thing
nowhere
I've
that I've
noticed that
heard
you
about that.
do. Wait, hold
That's
on,
not
Sidi.
true.
One thing I've noticed that you do is you try to speak for the majority of
No, I'm
Muslims.
not speaking for everybody.
Okay, but what I'm
I'm not
saying is
speaking for other
you're trying
Muslims.
to wait, hold on. You're trying to tell us that stuff that we've seen with our own eyes, heard with our own ears, didn't happen because you disagree with it.
Okay. So he says that where the debate took place, where was it?
First of all, I didn't say the debate, so that's again you don't listen.
But where they
Wait,
where they discussed it? Where was it discussed?
hold on. The sister mentioned about have we thought about Africanizing the religion? And one of the things that I was saying to her was that during the discussion between Pan-Africanists, some of the Muslims were saying to other Muslims that the some of the practices that our Muslim brothers actually do have nothing to do with the religion. They're strictly cultural. And one of the example I gave was the dates. Please listen when people speak. I gave that example to show that
But can I
that has
respond to
nothing
that
to
as
do.
far as
The,
I
the
just wanted to
argument, where
respond.
would that discussion took place? I asked you,
Yeah.
as it was in the marks, he said no. Was it in the TV? He said it's on
that's
the,
inconsequential though, for real.
No,
To
that's
where
like
was that
You're
discussed? Because there
okay.
should be a
What would
specific
that
location
information?
where that
What would
discussion
that
took
what
place.
would that information? Okay, what would you do with that
that's
information? What
inconsequential,
would that
brother. Like,
information change with what
Because
we're
that's
talking
very
about right now?
important, because he's saying something in
Why
the
is it
religion
important?
that
it's not
nobody would
very
debate
important, but
on.
it's
Not
not
important
important at
at all.
all.
This is essentially what you're trying to do. You're trying to represent all of Islam, but you
No,
don't.
I'm not
You're a
representing all
minority.
Islam. But
Okay, so we know there's all
if you
kinds of
tell me
there's all
specifically,
kinds of there's
it,
all
it
kinds of
was on
practices.
RTI, it was on
My brother,
Africa TV
there's
station.
my brother. Wait, there's all kinds
Which
of
forum that
practices.
he
Yeah,
discussed this?
there's all kinds of practices that other Muslims have that you don't have, and you can't speak for all Muslims
I'm
in
not
West
speaking
Africa.
for all Muslim. I'm not
No,
speaking
that's
for
what you're trying
all
to. That's what
Muslim.
But
you're
hold
trying to
on,
do.
But
but hold on,
what
wait, wait.
I want to follow the debate. I want to know where the
There's no
discussion
debate.
took
Are you?
place.
Did you? There's no debate. Are you listening to what's going on
But
here?
Muslim
How
will
did
not
that?
even argue about using a date to break a fast.
But I
City,
gave
that's
an
I've
not
not
Then
heard
what
alternative
are
that
you
example.
anywhere.
talking
I
about?
City,
gave an
City,
alternative.
So
I
now,
gave
so
a
City.
now
more
That's
you're
not
alternative
even
alternative
denying facts.
City,
example,
City. Listen,
and you
City,
didn't
City.
address it.
Listen, City. That's not what he said. He said that it was advised. That's what he said.
He doesn't. He
But
doesn't listen.
Let me tell you something, right?
He's not.
In the
Is it not
Quran,
advice? Wait, hold on, hold
what
on.
they
Is
mention
it
in the
not?
Quran, the date is not. What they mention in the Quran is you should use a pure water to break your fast,
What
and you
type of
should take
Muslim are
few
you? Hold
minutes
on. Can I
again
ask? Are you a Sunni?
and drink your water.
Are
No,
The
you?
no,
Are
I
reason
you a
why
know.
Sunni?
people in Saudi
My
Arabia
brother.
use a date is because they have date in Yabano in Saudi Arabia,
Sidi,
so that's
Sidi,
why they use a date.
are you a
And they
Sunni or
say
Shia?
it's a sunnah to
But
use
and
a
you
date
not
to
No,
break a
I'm
listening to
fast.
asking
him
you,
though,
Sidi.
brother.
But
I
it,
know.
Are
that
you a
doesn't
Sunni or
necessarily mean that
are
You
they
you a
say
gotta
Sunni or
all
listen to
Shia?
his
Muslims
point,
should use a
man.
date.
You're not
City.
catching the
No,
point
no,
of what he
City,
was saying
City,
though.
City. I get what you're
Sidi, are
saying,
you a
but
Sunni or Shia?
City. No, he's Sunni. But City, I get what you're saying, but what he's saying is that is advised. He's not saying that they have. He's saying that
You
that's what
can't Sunni.
that was a discussion.
You can't deny. You can't deny that it's advice for most Muslims. Listen, I've got Muslim in my family. You can't come here and lie that it's not advised for Muslims to use a date to break the fast. You're lying. If you say, and I'm not talking what's written in the Quran, because this is what you keep going back to. If you say that within the religious practices, people aren't advised to use dates to break the fast, you're lying. If you say that's not true, you're lying, and you
Okay,
know you're lying.
So hold on.
first
So
of all,
they killed this argument. City, quick question: is it advised in Liberia that they have to break fast with dates?
no, not at all. It's not nowhere in the Quran that is mentioned. I don't know
See,
where
he
he's
keeps going
coming up
back to the
with this.
Quran. He keeps going back to the Quran. But when I'm talking
But
about
where did you see that? Where this came from?
are you, my brother, are
Because
you
that's the
listening to what I'm
religious
saying?
book.
Let me provide an alternate example so that he can't run from this. Would it be if an imam tried to start reciting the Al-Fatiha in their own languages, would there be pushback from the congregation?
That's
No,
that example make no
no,
sense. What
no.
is the type of
How did that
example
not
is
make
that?
no sense?
Why would you
No,
compare
no.
that
There,
to
there won't
breaking
be
it
no. There
fast?
won't be no pushback. There
No,
won't
I'm
be no
saying because
pushback.
that's the Islamic schism, and that just shows that what linguistically how the main problem with Islam imperialistically and linguistically how they push Arabic on people. So there wouldn't be any pushback if an imam tried to start reciting the Al-Fatiha in their own indigenous languages. Are you telling me this right now?
What do you mean by reciting Quran in his native language? It's nothing sort of like
If he
that.
said
He would give you the
if he
interpretation of
said
the
Bismillah
Quran.
ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, if he said that in his own language, would that translation or transliteration in his own language, he would not get pushback from
Give me an
From
example that
imams in
doesn't
the
make no
area.
sense. You
Shady,
make
How does that
it,
not make
hold
any
on,
sense?
it's not making no sense at
Okay,
all.
let me
How
explain it
how
to.
would it not make any
Hold on,
sense?
Uncle,
You've got the example is
Uncle, let me.
completely out of the way. It makes no sense.
City. This is what he's saying, right? You know when they recite the surahs, right? So he's saying, right, if he's reciting in Arabic and not in like Malikan or Susu or any other languages, would he get pushback from the congregation? That's what he's saying.
Nah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying if he
I
tried
understand, but he's
to
making a
recite it
wrong
in his own
comparison.
language, would he not get
He's
pushback from
making
the
a
other
wrong
imams
comparison to
in the
something,
area?
right? But
No, because that's a textual requirement that the Islam is recite. I mean that the surahs are recited in Arabic. You can't if you do it in your own language. That's viewed as haram.
I don't know why you come here with that example in
That's a
using a date
perfect
to break a
example.
fast. Yeah, I mean,
No, it has nothing, bro.
that's
Bro, it
completely
has nothing to
different.
do with breaking a fast. What I'm saying, what I'm showing is people trying to Africanize the religion, like the sister was saying, and they're getting pushed back. That's the whole problem with Islam in itself. Anyways, it's too much. It's too synonymous with Arabic culture. You can't call yourself a Sunni and then say you disregarding the whole hadiths. And most of the hadiths are really a lot of the hadiths contradict the Quran for real and what's in the Quran. But even in the Quran, what it says about the you can't really be no Muslim Pan-Africanist because it says the Ummah comes first. If you put anything before the Ummah, then that's haram. So yeah, you can have your nationality, but it's never supposed to come before the Ummah, which is Muslims. You're supposed to treat a Muslim, Muslims get precedence over all other people. So what are you talking? And that's played itself out throughout history.
And no, I'm saying that I was agreeing with you, and that's exactly what the people from Saudi use on the Africans to steal the resources.
Facts. It's all like the brother said earlier, and I've said it before on here, bro. Islam is nothing but it's codified Arabic imperialism. That's all it is. They utilize Islam to impose themselves on other people. When you look at when you look at the Gur languages, when you look at the Mandan languages, all of them have their lexicon up to 30 to 45% of their lexicon has been imposed with Arabic. A lot of the names that you see first name, bro,
But that's completely different. If someone take
I've
Islamic,
literally never met anybody that's Wolof that doesn't have an Arabic rooted name in my life. I've never seen one that's not rooted in Arabic in my entire life.
To be fair, it depends because you got people named like Hamadou, Alfadro, Alpha, like
Yeah, but Hamadou is just a Wolofization of Mahmoud or Muhammad. So I mean, yeah, they're gonna put it in their language, but I'm talking about the names that they had before contact with Islam. You're gonna be hard pressed to find any. I've literally never met nobody that doesn't have a name that's not tied to Islam. That's in that whole Western Sahelian corridor.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everything that in their dialect in their or local language is in Arab, right? They can name themselves after prophet. They can name
I said 30 to 45%
after different prophet,
Ngolo,
right?
You know how City was being dishonest, right? City,
I know he is.
I know how. Let me tell you how he's being.
I
Dishonest.
don't want to argue with you for the fact that you say you. No, I don't want to go back and front with you because for the fact that you say I'm lying, that's an insult. I don't want to go back and front with you because you have no idea what you're talking about. So I don't want to go back and front with you.
Okay,
so let's go to another topic.
Let me just say
because
this. Ngolo, this guy said that it's only advised to break your fast with water. But he forgot to mention the fact that it is highly advised, considered a sunnah, Prophet Muhammad's practice, to break your fast with dates. If dates are unavailable,
I just said that. I said it's a sunnah. I mentioned it's a sunnah to use a date.
Sorry, my brother. If dates are unavailable, then you should break it with water. But you came here and said that it only said water.
No, no, no,
You
no,
came
no.
here and said, that's what
You
you
just,
said.
but
That's
see,
what you
that's why
said.
you get me wrong. Masakia
Now, what
was
do you mean I
listening
got
to
you
me.
wrong? Everybody heard you.
I said, well, it's a sooner to use a
No, you
date
said
to bring.
when the
Let,
person
let me,
asked you, one of the
and first
brothers
of
asked
all, the reason why they came up with a date is because the religion was introduced in Saudi Arabia, and there's a
yeah, but
banner
that
of
wasn't the
date in
point.
Saudi
The point
Arabia,
wasn't
right?
the point wasn't
Let me
why they
finish.
introduced the date.
Okay,
The
if you're not
point
giving
was,
me a break, then I'm
do it
out. I'm
advise?
out, man.
No, because
You're not giving me the
my
chance to
brother,
explain
because you're
myself.
filibustering, right? The issue is, did they not advise dates to break your fast with? And you were arguing with me about it, saying that that's not true.
No, but I said it's a sooner to
Oh
use
my
a
God,
date to break your
guys,
fast if you have
did
access
you
to
not say
it.
that it wasn't true here?
That's what I said.
I think we
It's
should
a
just move on
sooner
because it's not.
to use a
We have
date
like
if you have
parallel.
access to it, right?
But
But
Maya,
if you're in West Africa, you don't have access to a mono date. You can use a pure water to break your
but
fast. That's what I
okay,
said.
but pretty
But
much. Let
most
me just
Muslims try to get dates. They try to get dates. They all try to get dates.
Wait, hold on. We'll be on
It's
this
not the end of the
conversation.
world. If you don't have access
Hold
to
on,
date, you use a
hold
pure
on,
water.
hold on. Let me just answer. Like, but I was just pretty much saying that like the people, the Africans that go to Saudi Arabia, they get they get radicalized, and then they preach that Wahhabism. But that was my question to Maya. Maya, what did you have another question?
All right, man, guy. Good night, man. I gotta go to
Yes, I did. If it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, which demographic group is becoming radicalized? Are these people? Are these young people under age 40? Are these impoverished communities? Are these affluent people? Who is more at risk of becoming radicalized, do you all think?
So the majority is impoverished and they're young. Sometimes they're like under 20. Sometimes they're even teenagers. Because if you look at the videos of Burkina Faso and even with the Malians with the farmer who have been neutralizing the terrorists, man, I seen a kid that looked just like my brother. My brother's 15. The guy who I saw got neutralized was 15 years old. That got neutralized in Burkina Faso. That looked just like my brother.
Okay, and these are young men, right? Males.
Yes, young men, especially they're black.
Hey, real quick, let me recognize some of these super chats. YBay7037, thank you for the search for the membership gift. JCE, thank you for 499 holla. The people who invaded Africa did it with technology, advanced weapons, then they posed their religion. Africans are just stuck on culture, no check. All right.
Yeah, they're black, and on top of that, like, what was I gonna ask? I was gonna ask. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, they're black and then impoverished. But the people who are ahead of them, like the commanders and stuff, and whatever, most of them are lighter skinned or Arabs that's like leading them. And what is crazy, yeah, Lebanon. And what's crazy is they lead these kids or these men to die, while their commanders and stuff will say, "Hey, go die," but they'll go ran. Like prime example, one of the leaders from the FLA, right? There was an anifest in Mali. They were trying to I guess push these terrorists to motivate them to bring the morale. But they got bombed so hard that all of them were dying, right? But he got injured, but he ran to Algeria to help himself while his soldiers went and died. It just showed like the cow. Yeah, right, and it showed the cowardness. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy, man. These people is
All right,
brainwashed.
thanks for that.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions, Maya?
No, not at the moment, but I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, but you know, I'm happy that this is happening. I think it's a long conversation, as you see. Some people really get emotional when it comes to Islam, and it's like if you bring it or you say anything, you get like a lot of pushback, you know. And I think it's needed, man. Definitely needed, bro.
No, the leaders are going to have to systematically. I think when the education standard gets satisfactory, the Islamic problem won't be anymore because people are just going to the logic that they'll be exposed to. They're not going to result to being Muslim for real. Like you still might have people practicing it, but it's never going to get to the point of they become Wahhabis and
Right.
even Salafis, or even they might probably give up the Maliki school and itself. I mean, to be honest, bro, if you have sufficient education, Islam in itself is going to deteriorate within a nation state for
Yeah,
the
I
most
agree.
part, unless it's a theocracy.
Right.
But
And I agree. It's gonna get there, except because I'm just glad that he's letting it be known, hey, we don't want these guys coming. You need to either bring technology, science, math, or
but
you know, those subject matters, because those what you need to, you know, build weapons, manufacture roads, build highways, do buildings. And in fact, like what I love about Burkina Faso, man, those hospitals that they got, it's not no like regular clinic. It is up to date. It's like they got the top notch technology over there in Burkina Faso. I'm trying to think. I think that they have a kiosk which you walk in and you type in your name in the kiosk and stuff. You know, so they're doing a very phenomenal job in Burkina Faso, and in Mali, they're building about 15 hospitals right now simultaneously in Mali. So they're doing it, man.
no, he back doing his thing, man.
Absolutely. You know?
Yeah, but when she asked about the Africanization of,
let me
oh no, you
let
go
me say
ahead,
this.
man. My bad, I've been talking.
Yeah, now you good, man. Let me say this, right? Because I hear a lot about Islam, right? People have to remember as well. You know, Christianity has a massive say in West Africa too, and Christianity has a massive say of the lack of development in Africa too, particularly West Africa as well. If we want to you know, look at both of them the same exact way, you know, because I don't see some I'm not sure where Christianity would get somebody that could come out and talk openly the way Burkina Faso Ibrahim Traoré is doing when it comes to Islam, because Islam is very strong in West Africa, like honestly speaking. So for him to come out and say these things, even though a lot of you know, West Africans do believe it, but they don't have the courage to say it publicly like that. Nor do they have the position of authority to say it. He does. So a lot of young people, you know, see him as like, wow, you know how, you know, young people talk, you know, the way they, you know, they speak to each other, and then they don't have the courage to say it publicly to them, to the older folks, because in Africa, the elders are very powerful. Elders are very, very powerful. So Christianity needs to be questioned as well, because if we want to move forward to develop the continent, so where we could be proud of, you know, where we come from, because I've seen pastors, you know, a lot of, you know, other things, when they're in position of power, they don't, you know, utilize their, you know, their power as a religious leader to you know, better their people, you know, because it does need to be questioned as well, because you know, Christianity in Africa do have, you know, a lot of ground, and you know, just like in West Africa too as well, because I'm just like I mentioned earlier, right? Both religion needs to be checking and then reform, because you know, when you look at, you know, like the most religious countries are countries that are lack of development. Why? Tied to poverty. When you are more poor, you usually depend on, you know, your religion for your faith as well. But then when you look at it now, it's designed for you to be poor, because the people that control the country, they don't want to develop the country. They don't have no desire at all. So usually, you know, people, you know, fell on their faith and prayers and stuff like that. But in reality, it's the people that are in position of power that are causing all these harms. They don't want to develop the country, you know, all these things, because um um and imam could come, right, and then sell out acres upon acres with like endless resource to a Westerner, you know, blessing, and then tell the community, let's pray, let's do a, you know, Friday prayer, and then after that sign everything. A pastor could do the same thing, or a bishop could do the exact same thing. One is just Christian, the other one is just a Muslim.
I agree.
Yeah. So these people
The missionaries are
exist.
the terrorists in Christianity.
These people exist, man.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, like the Catholic, right? The Catholic, in my view, they own more land than any form of like any Muslim organization in West Africa. The Catholics have massive land in Africa, particularly West Africa. So a lot of time people, don't look at as if it's just, because once again, it is the Muslims in West Africa that are checking their religion and say, okay, we got to do better. The Christians are not doing it. When they know they are just as corrupt as the imams or whatever it is when it comes to lack of development of this, continent. So
yeah, they just get less smoke because it's not as violent. That's why, but it has the same effect. I agree with you.
Yeah.
So you know, in West Africa as well, brother. Just to add up to what you've said.
Yeah.
You've mentioned the Catholics, but when it comes to Christianity, the evangelicals are the worst. I mean, they have the most power. I'll tell you, if you're talking sort of impact on the West African population, the evangelicals are just. I mean, there's as many churches. I mean, there's more churches than corner shops. There's almost as many churches as mosques in West Africa, and I'm talking strictly evangelicals. It's to the point where some of our people don't even sort of try to be any they don't even believe in having any sort of um autonomy, like any any sort of, how can I say, belief in themselves to achieve anything, because they leave everything to God based on what they're taught in the evangelical religion. So essentially, you speak to an evangelical in West Africa, and any problems that you essentially tell them regarding West Africa and what we need to do, they will the first thing that'll come out their mouths is God will fix it. Let's leave it all to God. Let's hope God will do it. Even to the point where when they're sick, they'd rather go to the pastor than go to the hospital.
And they're
That's
extremely
how bad it is.
pro-West as well in their leanings. They lean everything
Very,
pro-West. They don't care
very,
what it
very,
is.
very, very Israel. They do the pilgrimages in Israel.
No.
They're the ones that are supporting Israel. In Ivory Coast, when you see their social media, they've got Israeli flags in their social media handles. I mean, if we're talking dangers, I know we've talked about Islam, but some of our brothers in the evangelicals are just as bad and just as dangerous.
Now they both need to
And
go, brother. Objectively speaking, they both gotta go.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, man. They both got to go, and technology, man, the math, science, engineering, that needs to be the
But
focus, man. Because
STEM,
that's the only way we're
period.
gonna move as a people, man. And IB is a prime example, man. Especially that phospho it's spreading. I know the Mali has their own version of phospho. I forgot the name of it. I think it's Malikura. Something. It's called like new face.
Yeah. It's a lady that's
Yeah,
that's in charge of it.
Oh, hold on, guys.
yeah.
We got a new caller. Hold on. Hey, Moomin, have you bought my documentary? Moomin, you there?
right, hear me?
Yeah, your name Moomin,
Right.
right?
Yeah. Woman rider. Yeah.
Have you bought my documentary?
Let me go on that right now. Actually,
Okay, the link's on
I
the
won't.
chat room.
I won't tell you. I won't tell you. I'll sort it out.
Huh?
Let me have a look. I'm having a look at it now.
Okay. Question to ponder.
Dynast.
Have you bought my documentary?
I will be. I'm heading home. I'm traveling for work, and I definitely will. I'm going to be watching it with my family, my mother. So that it's happening, and I will definitely let you know. I'm very excited to watch this. So proud of you. So proud of you in this platform. So I for sure will be getting this, and I will let you know. I assure you. But I came up Dynast first because I've been listening, and I just wanted to bring up some information which I left in your back chat from a college, Brown University, in regards to the educational mobility between Muslims, Christians, and those who practice, the traditional religions in Africa. And over the past 3 generations, would be 75, close to 100 years, Christianity has moved leaps and bounds for those who are practicing when it comes to educational attainment. And it's very important to know because this study from Brown, co-authored by an economist, found a persistent educational mobility gap between Christians and Muslims in Africa. Analyzing census data from 21 countries, it is revealed that across 3 generations, Christian children have surpassed their parents' education level at significantly higher rates than Muslims and, of course, those who practice animism or the traditional religion. This is very important to note because educational attainment is strongly linked to future income and financial well-being. It also mentions the study that disparity highlights long-term economic divides. And then it goes into greater detail regarding some of the key drivers. I mention this because first, when you're looking at mobility for those who are able to leave Africa and work and go to school in Western nations, of course, Europe and the United States, you look at the success, especially the United States, for those who come from the English-speaking Commonwealth Christian nations. The Nigerians who are here, the vast majority, from what I read, are Christian, namely some Catholic, others Protestant, the Protestant majority being Presbyterian. And then you also look at work, the type of work that's being done, which is mainly a lot of STEM, a lot of healthcare. And then, of course, the number of people who are able to major in the humanities, which is very important. People are now just picking up on that, how important it is to have a very strong grasp in the English language, literature, history, philosophy, etc. You see the success of Africans in Germany. You see when the work is available. We know Europe is a very different environment than the United States. But it is important to note that the Christians, the African Christians, are capable of keeping up, remaining competitive, and finishing school in the United States. It's one thing we can bring up Africa, but a lot has to be said if an African immigrant is able to compete in the United States, finish college, sit in class, which would be in English, and then, of course, be able to work, earn income, etc. You see this with Christianity. I can understand what many people are saying about this move towards secularism. I can understand that. But when I then say we don't want to use the United States as the best example when we're looking at a possible, like a secular society, because first, the United States really is not a secular society. And I'm just throwing this out there. But then also remembering the history, the pre-colonial, and then the past 250 years of the United States. It's, there's been a lot of success, but the United States is very, very unique. A greater example is when we look at Europe, which was 1,000 years of monarchy and authoritative rule. And then, of course, also going even further back to Rome. Rome was first the Republic, and then it moved to the Empire. I just mentioned that because earlier there was the conversations in regards to Ibrahim Traoré, this young man is doing a fantastic job. And he lives in a Muslim society, but he understands not to bring Sharia law, but he's not, and some elements of secularism. And he is a dictator, which at this point it is necessary. It is for his particular society. But I just want to say that when you're looking at I don't want to say a monarchy, but when you're looking at these authoritative societies such as Christianity and Islam, Christianity does win. So, therefore, my point is not to right now push Africa into secularism. You know, don't dismiss religion, but we already have historical records as to what type of authoritative society would work best right now in Africa, as infrastructure and stability really is the paramount situation right now. And I yield.
Can you provide an example of this?
What
Of
example?
a functioning, developed, Christian nation in Africa that
Well, I
isn't
don't.
Let me say
that's
something.
not the
Hold
majority of
on.
their resources aren't going to the West.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick, right?
Yes.
You know, a dictator will be like Paul Bear, a Catholic man, a good old
About
Catholic
who?
man. Paul Bear will be a
Cameroon,
dictator.
from Cameroon.
Yeah, that
Okay.
would be a dictator, a good old Catholic man. You know, let's get that right. You know, some of us as an African, right? We come over here to this country. Some of us end up getting, you know, good job, degrees, and stuff like that, right? But let's be honest with ourselves, right? We didn't build that infrastructure. It's not because of you are a Christian, you come to a Christian nation, and then you start getting degrees and stuff like that. Because I have family members that are Muslims that have doctors and lawyers degrees. You know, and it's not because of they are Muslims. You have to build infrastructure in your countries for you to say, oh, because I am a good Christian, we did this. You just came to a developed nation, and then you took advantage of that opportunity by you studying, and then you pass. You didn't pass because of you are a Christian. You passed because you put in the work, you put in the effort, you study. You know, you push a lot of things away, a lot of distraction, like go to the club, have a fancy life, have a young life. You understand me, right? So you sacrifice for that. It's not because of you are Christian. So you know, sometimes let's be honest with ourselves, man. We do have to be honest with ourselves as Black people, especially if you come from the continents of Africa as well. So let's not downplay, because
Well,
just like
sir,
I
if I may
mentioned, right?
respond, if
We
I may respond
we
to
don't
you,
we don't have Ibrahim Traoré came out publicly and say things about Islam. We over here, I'm a Muslim. I agree with him. You understand? I'm not gonna come up
okay,
here and say
well,
I
I'll go
disagree with
ahead
him
and read.
because
I
I'm a
put the link in
Christian.
the back chat. I put the link in
You
the
know,
back
stuff
chat.
like that. You know,
Yeah,
let's
but what
be
you're trying to extrapolate from the
African
numbers is
Christians.
nonsense, though.
Okay,
I mean,
African
of
Christians.
course, they would have more
it's
educational attainment because the Christian nations are more Western. They have the access to education. If you're a Christian by
but
default,
my
you're going to
brother,
be more pro-Western and
yeah, my brother,
be more
it's not even
predisposed
that,
to go
right?
to a Western nation. So it's just
It's not even that, right?
it's not a
It's
causation
not even that. What makes you smart?
that they're
What
Christian.
makes you smart, right? It's the
No, there
it's
you
the
may not be able to argue causation, but you can argue correlation. And we're now at 3 generations. It's already been close to a century, and I'll read it right here. It's been more than half a century since most African countries gained independence from European colonizers. Yet, many decades later, African Christians are still seeing bigger generation over generation educational gains than Muslims, and they're
So
seeing even
can I
larger gains than
I,
those who
so
practice
let me so
more
so let me
traditional
ask so
I
religion.
so let
explained
me
that though.
so let me ask you a question, right?
No, you
So
didn't
just like
explain it
It has
respectfully.
nothing to
Not
do
to
with the
argue, but
theology
you
of
didn't explain
Christianity.
it.
because if what
Christianity
you're
is more tied to the West. The West has more access to education, more readily available.
Well,
right,
then
The
and then
what's the
people that are
excuse for
Christian are going to
Islam
be
and then
then?
more.
hold on, I want to add to
Then what
include.
is Islam's
I
excuse?
want to add to include. Hold on,
Islam to me, Islam
hold
is
on.
backwards. I'm not saying it's not, but Christianity is not
Yeah,
I can explain it.
propelling these people forward. They
I
just have
want to.
access to it because in the West.
Hold on.
So I
I
can
want to
Right,
explain
add.
it.
that's a
Christianity is
good
just as
thing.
backwards.
I
So
want to add to what
Christianity for the
include.
win.
Hold on. So let me ask you a question.
You
So
kind of
if what you
answered my
if
kind of
what
took
you're
my
if
point.
hold
she
on,
said
if
for the
what you're
win.
saying is true, right? Just like what Super Africa said, you have Paul Biya. Paul Biya is what, a Catholic, right? So if he's a Catholic, right, and he doesn't establish himself as a Muslim, right? How come he doesn't have no roads? How come he doesn't have no infrastructure? How come he doesn't have none of these things that, like you said, that they have all this education, they can't do these things? Like Nkulu
The
said,
answer, my brother, the answer is pretty
hold on, hold
simple.
on,
To
hold
be
on.
fair,
Hold on. But like Nkulu said, is because most of these presidents, they're tied to the West and they're doing their bidding. And if you go against what they say, they put sanctions, just like they did with
My
Niger.
brother, you're going too far. You're going too far. The answer is even simpler than that. Because remember, what did Ibrahim Traoré say? There's over 800 students that have gone out, that have gotten scholarships to go study abroad in Arab countries. And they're not permitted to study anything other than the religious theology. You understand? Whereas the Africans who get scholarships to come to European nations are studying STEM, are studying all kinds of different types of subjects. So the difference is essentially what they're studying. It's got nothing to do with the actual religion themselves, right? If you've got 800 students coming to Europe and studying STEM subjects, and you've got 800 going to study Sharia law, if they both return back to, for example, Burkina Faso, who do you think is going to have a better, how can I say?
No.
But they're not even using the education to benefit the nation. That's the thing. Most of them go to the West and stay in the West.
That's not my point.
She's not even getting to that point. She's just
exactly. I'm not getting into that.
No, I'm not
point
saying
at
she
all.
is, but I don't. If she's trying to ascribe them attaining more education to the theology of Christianity, that's nonsense.
Okay, then. Okay, then.
But the point
what about the Christians here? If you want to say, you're saying Islam, but what are they attaining in these Islam nations? That's, I mean, you all have been discussing this.
Okay.
When
Y'all missing
when
her point,
a
right?
when
I'm
an
not arguing for
African
Islam.
Christian
I'm
comes to
saying
the
they
United
both are
States,
retarded.
we've already seen how successful they are. The numbers prove the point. Men
Yeah,
lie,
but that's
women lie,
nothing to
numbers
do with
don't.
Christianity.
Yeah,
That's not
they
So
they
if they
become
have the
perfect Western
numbers,
slaves.
why are not
They
the,
become
if they
perfect Western
have
slaves.
I'm not discussing what they're
if
doing in Africa. I'm saying that when they're here, the people
No,
who are
I'm
able
saying
to
that
but I'm
they
succeed
saying
come
that if
are
here
you
and
have
the
become
all that
Christians.
MAGA and all type of other
They
stuff.
come
if you
to the
if you
Western
have
world and they are being educated. These are
all right, but
Christian
if they have
Africans.
if they have all that education, like you said, and they have these degrees, they're intelligent and
Mhm.
everything too, why they cannot replicate that back in their country?
That's
Then
flawed
you need to
logic.
speak to those governments. I'm speaking
That's
about
flawed
those
logic.
who
So now
are
you make an
doing it.
excuse now.
Then
No,
Oh,
wait,
now
hold
you
on,
make an
guys.
excuse
Guys,
now.
she's using
Well,
Oh,
if
now
you
you
say
make
it's
an
an
excuse
excuse from
now.
being
what the
excused,
hell
then
are
why
you
are you
being
leaving
told?
to go to
You came
Saudi
up here.
Arabia
You came
or
up
This
here.
is
Oman?
this is
You came
hilarious.
up here
No,
to
wait, hold
tell
on,
us
guys.
how
Guys,
better
let's
you
Okay,
not
are,
then
right?
go
go
to
to the
those
first
How
one.
Arab
better you are.
nations and obtain whatever
You came
education
up
you're
here to tell
getting
us how
there.
better
Let's
you are,
see how
right?
far you
You came
go.
up here. Hold on. You came up here to tell us how better you are, right? You
You really
called out
believe that?
Ibrahim
I
Traoré.
came here to say
No,
how
no,
better I am. I mean, if that's how you want to speak.
Nah, she just
She
came
didn't
up
say
as a
that. She didn't say
Catholic
that.
because she had to get
She
some
didn't say that.
She coded it. You guys,
She
I've
must
dealt
be
with
a
this lady
Christian.
plenty of times. I've dealt with this lady plenty of times. I remember her voice.
I'm
She does this
I'm
very
assuming this
well.
lady's
She does this
Christian, right?
very, very, very
I
well,
mean, I
right?
put a
She
link in the
called.
back chat. The
She
Christians are
called.
doing, the
Yeah, it's
African Christians are
nonsense.
doing better.
You
She called.
extrapolated a
Christians are
fallacy.
doing better. So you
She
think
called
I mean, if
Christianity
you
is
Ibrahim
the
want
least
Traoré
to,
a
if you
dictatorship?
really
dictatorship, right?
believe that
Okay,
the
okay.
African
You
No,
guys are
no,
Christians
no,
smart.
are
no
not doing
statistician would
better
agree
than
with the
the
extrapolation you just
African
made from
Wait,
that
hold
data.
on, guys. I've
Muslims.
got
That's
a question for you,
retarded.
lady. Lady, can I ask you a question?
It's been like
Can I ask you a
50, I mean, you
Can I just
all,
ask you a question?
it's
Okay,
been
I'll
like
just ask.
half a century now. Who's doing
Can I
better?
just ask you one
The
question,
Christians
please?
or the
Just one
Muslims?
question.
Answer
The
my
One
Western
question.
question.
Christians, yes.
Who is doing
No, wait, hold
better?
on.
Who's
Western
Can I
doing
just
Christians,
ask you
better?
yes.
one question, guys? Please, one question. My
If
question is, if
you
you're
have how
willing,
many people
hold on.
leaving Africa, where do
If
they
you're
go
willing to,
and how are they and what are they obtaining?
They're
Just listen to my
becoming
question.
coon slaves.
If you're willing,
I
if
mean, if
you're
that's what you
willing
want
to
to
ascribe,
believe as they sit and
oh
make
my goodness,
money,
hold
if that
on,
whatever makes you feel
Yeah,
better.
they're making money that
No,
doesn't help
hold
their
on.
nation.
Did what?
I mean, I
What
guess they
need?
get back remittance, but they're not
Go
doing
ahead.
anything
My
to
That's
benefit
warrior
their
what do you
brother,
expect
go
country.
them
ahead.
to
Ask the
do?
question. Answer.
Hold on,
Influence the
Ask the
government.
question.
Can I
That's
ask?
not even
Hold on,
my.
can I
That's
ask a
not even
question,
my
Influence the
lady?
point nor
government
my
that you're
Lady,
argument
if
complaining
you're
at
about.
willing,
all.
if you're willing,
All
if
I
you're willing
said
to,
is those
if
that
you're
are
willing to
Christian,
assign all the
they
success
have
to
the
All
most
right, guys. Let me
education.
read this super chat. Moves are on 3368. Thank you for $2 holla. The irony is Muslims are gullible to Christianity. All right, Skywalker, go ahead.
Yeah, Diners, I'm sorry. I guess I was cutting in and out. I was driving when I was talking earlier. But I was just
Hey,
saying,
did you get the documentary?
nah, Diners, I ain't got it yet. Give me a chance. Give me a chance, my brother.
But you didn't have. I mean, Skywalker. I've been saying get the documentary for the past 3-4 days.
3-4 days. Hold on. Now, this is my first time hearing you advertise it recently. Now, I used to hear you advertise it back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But I
So
heard you
even back
advertise.
in the day, you didn't buy Skywalker.
Nah, I was a law student, you know what I'm saying, going through hard times, man, you know what I'm saying. But no, I got you, Don. Give me a chance. I got you.
When you gonna get the documentary, Skywalker?
Give me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get it when I get off, bro. When I get off line, I'm gonna get the junk.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, let me finish. What was I going? Oh yeah, I was just gonna make the example, or to say that Africa isn't the only one suffering from terrorists, right? I mean, I was making this point is that in Africa we see religious extremist terrorists. In the diaspora, we see commercial terrorists, where people are killing and murdering each other over material gains, stuff like that. And then in Africa, we see people killing each other over in the name of Allah. But the same basic brainwashing scheme is the same, right? They use all different type of propaganda. The propaganda they use to make religious terrorists is the Quran. The propaganda they use to make commercial terrorists over here in the diaspora is violent hip hop and negative propaganda in the form of art, using the art of imitation. So I mean, we as sitting back in the diaspora, just sitting back looking at the terrorism that's unfolding on the continent. We don't need to speak too soon or too rapidly about the terrorists, who running into the villages, killing innocent people, because it's the same thing the YNs were doing, except they was running through the hoods, shooting up people's houses and stuff like that, right? So we both dealing with some terrorist issues, and the root of both of those issues stem from colonial, domination of the black mind. And if you're not prepared to escape the domination of the black mind by adopting an Afrocentric view of the world, then you're not serious about liberation. You're just serious about moving your body around, but you're not serious about doing any type of true thinking. And one of the mistakes that we make as an African, at least in the diaspora, when we're talking about, politics, is that we confuse or we think that the American Constitution was designed for equality. The American Constitution was designed for liberty. And when black people stop chasing equality and start chasing true liberty, now wherever they are, then the fruits of their conduct is going to change rapidly. Because as long as you trying to be equal to white people, trying to be equal to robbers, connivers, rapists, colonizers, imperialists, then you're gonna get exactly what the consequence of trying to be like such people are. But when you try to be like black people, when you try to pursue self-determination, then you get a whole different type of consequence, or the whole different type of fruits from your actions. So Ibrahim Traoré, like I said, the greatest black leader of our time, the greatest black leader of the 21st century. I probably can't say he's the greatest black leader of the 20th century, because we had others. And obviously he didn't live in the 20th century. But Ibrahim Traoré is the greatest black leader. And let me not just say Traoré, but the triumvirate, right? The three kings. These are the greatest leaders of our time. And if they continue this march, despite the obstacles, towards true liberation, then our descendants will be building statues of this man, and they will be deified in Africa for generations to come. And I'll pause right there.
I'm funding a mural of him right now.
That's what we need, my brother, for sure. Power to the people. Come on, man.
Well, my Ivorian brother, what did you have the question for the sister?
Dynasty,
let's
whenever
move on, man.
it's okay for me to
Messick, man,
speak, if I may, whenever.
Come on.
I had a question for the lady.
But no, he had a question for her, though. He had a question. He had a question for her.
Can I ask a question,
man?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're not understanding this lady, man. She one of them crazy Nigerians, man, that come from the southeast.
Super Africa, just give me a second. I'll just ask her a question.
She one of them crazy Nigerians, man, that come from the southeast.
Questions to ponder. So if you're willing to ascribe all the successes of these Africans who are coming over here as Christians, right? They're coming over here and they're doing so well. If you're willing to do that, are you also willing to assign all the crimes of these white Christians against Africans, all these massacres, these genocides, all the poisoning that they're doing to the food and the vaccines that they're using to sterilize people across the continent? Are you willing to ascribe that to Christianity as well?
No, she isn't.
That's a
Exactly.
She's a
fallacy,
Christian.
but that's a
No. What you were
fallacy.
doing
But
is a
if I
fallacy.
can
What
respond,
you were
are
doing is a
you going
fallacy.
to let me? Are you going to interrupt if I may, sir?
Okay, go ahead.
Just
Go
a
ahead.
few minutes. Your comment actually goes to another comment here in the chat. In the Euro spaces, their societies, regardless of contradictions, institute separation in church and state and posit democracy, civil rights. I just want to say something. When you're looking at the stability and infrastructure that has come with Christian societies, it is
You're not
unparalleled.
answering
And
the
we have
question. You're
history.
not answering the
Please
question.
stop interrupting, sir. If I may, please. It's
You're filibustering.
unparalleled.
Can you answer the question, please?
Okay, sir. For the past 1,000 years, it has been Christendom in Europe. It has been Christendom, regardless of how people's opinion on that front. You have seen that with Christian institutions, these divine right kings from about year
You're
1000,
not answering the question. What's
1066.
going on?
Yeah,
So
she's
from
not even
about
answering the
Brainwash, bro.
question.
1066
She's a
Man,
slave,
sick.
to
bro.
about
She's a brainwashed
Man,
woman,
sick, I
$1917.
bro.
told you, man. I
Can I
told you.
can I
Filibuster, man.
finish and then you all
We should have
can
moved on.
respond?
We
However,
should have moved on, man. I told you, man, sick, man.
you've
I
seen
Oh yeah,
told
that's
you.
good. You
nothing
couldn't even have
but
brought her back up,
stability.
bro.
You
She's
Yeah, I
cannot,
told you,
brainwashed,
man.
bro.
See one of them
Dynas,
crazy
can I respond?
Nigerians from Southeast, man.
I
I
don't
You're
know
not
what
even
this
told you.
guy's
answering.
talking
You're
about.
not even
about
answering the
Christendom. The
Dynas,
question.
same Papa Bull that made
yeah,
the whole
Yes,
slave
man.
trade
Let's move
sir,
on,
happen.
man.
it's
Like,
that
bro,
Why
rhetorical
you
what are
for
you
question.
talking
Anyway,
about,
why you
when
why you
you're
people bullying
looking
her,
at
man?
the,
She's
you
saying the truth.
cannot even
No,
say
she's not.
Western
You
Ayola
civ.
telling the
another
truth. What are
coon
you
You
too.
saying?
It's the
cannot
coon.
even
Come
It's
on,
the
dude.
say
Nigerian coon show right now, man.
Kidola, man. Come on,
Dynas.
man.
Okay, I'll go ahead and drop. I'm not going to.
This is
Please
what they do
do.
in
Ain't nobody
Nigeria.
trying to
Goodbye.
hear
This
that
is what they
nonsense.
do in
Adios.
She's an
Yeah.
Nigeria.
idiot.
Of religion
Because you're
war.
not
This is
even
what they do
answering
in
the
Sister, stay,
Nigeria.
stay,
question.
Of
sister, stay.
religion
Don't let
war.
them bully you. Don't let them bully you. Stay.
This is
Kidola,
what they do
man.
in
Another
Nigeria, man.
Nigerian
Of
coon
religion
over
war.
there.
This is what they
Man,
do in Nigeria.
why you put
Instead of
why you put
helping
bullying her, man?
Nigeria,
Yeah,
this is what they do in
you
I
came
mean,
Nigeria.
up
well,
here to be on some
This
Samuel
is
Jack
exactly
Crowder
what they
you
stuff,
do in
just
man.
Nigeria,
defended,
man.
bro.
I know
Mensik,
about you, but
Yeah, drop off.
Mensik,
Why you put bully
Yeah.
her?
Go ahead,
man.
Super
Why you put
African.
This is
bullying
she's an
her?
exactly
idiot.
what they do in
He
Nigeria.
bullied her,
This is
brother. We asked
exactly
her a
what
Of
they do
simple
in
course.
question.
Nigeria.
She's gonna
This
answer
is
Of
it.
course.
exactly what they
You
do
put
in
bully her
Nigeria.
for what?
There's
No
That's what
one
white
bullied her,
Nigeria.
people,
That's
brother.
what
man.
We
What
asked
Christian
Nigerian
her a
people
You see
do
the
simple
in
saying?
man
Nigeria.
say
question. She's
God. You
gonna
see the
answer
man
it.
say God. You see the man say God.
Why you put bully
Let's
her,
go,
man?
man.
She's a coon slave, bro.
I love the white man. I love the white man.
She up here
If you
arguing for Christendom, the same
That's
Christians
what
that put
if
us
you
Nigeria
in
cannot
put
slavery.
develop.
She's a coon.
if people would have been Saudi Arabia or Oman as a slave, you would be sterilized for life. You would be
Okay,
lucky that
Kidola.
what
Kidola,
are you
you're
talk about?
Nigerian.
Forget them.
Kidola.
Forget them too.
Hold on. Kidola, you're Nigerian, right? So all the
So what?
Nigerians.
No, he's
Okay, so
Liberian. He's not
hold on. Let me.
Nigerian. He's
No,
Liberian.
hold on. So
I
all the
know the accent.
Nigerians.
He's not.
Hold on.
He's not Nigerian. He's Liberian.
Okay, hold on. So all the Nigerians who are engineers, who are doctors, who got all the degrees in America, why they can't go back and build up Nigeria?
Because the war of Madafodo and the Fulanis is raided, and they are one of the biggest slave traders in the
Okay,
whole
but
of Africa,
you're
and they are
from the
Muslim,
but you're from the
and they are
South though,
Muslim,
right? Are you from the
and they
South
are
though, right?
Muslim,
Are
and
you
they are
from the
Muslim.
South?
What you
You're
talk
from the
about?
South. You're from the
And so
South,
what?
right?
And so what? So what?
You're
So,
from the
so,
South. Are you
so,
from
so
the
what the
South?
Fulanis? So what the Fulanis are doing to the Middle Belt?
Are you from the
What
South?
the
A
fuck
lot
you
of the
talk
people in
about?
Are you
Ilorin
from the
helped them
South?
Fulani.
Okay, so if you're from the South, right? We're referring to the South of Nigeria. Why you cannot build, for example, Legos? You have nice houses, but you got fucked up roads. Why you guys can't go build the South in South
They're
Nigeria?
building it. Are you the one building it? Are you the one creating the road for them right now? They're building it.
This is we must be
you.
talking to a city boy
I'm
right
asking
now.
you. I'm
Are we
asking
talking
you.
to a
Are
city
you the
boy
one
right
building it
now?
for them? Are you the
Are
one
we
building
talking
the
to a
cities for
I'm
them?
city
asking
boy right
you
now?
because you're talking about Fulanis. You're talking about the North. I'm asking you
Are they
about the
not the one
South.
doing it? Are you the one
Are
doing it for them?
Fulanis are
They're building the
Fulanis in the
road. They're
South?
building the hospital. They're building everything over there.
Are Fulanis in the South? Yes or no?
Go to the south and go to the north.
Are they
If
in
you
the
go to the
South?
south,
Yes or no?
let me tell. Hold on. If you go to the southern part of Nigeria, compared to the northern part of Nigeria, you'll be sorry for the northern part of Nigeria.
I'm not talking about
But
the north.
two
I'm
days
talking
ago,
about
you just
southern
said you don't
Nigeria
deal
Don't
with
that's
talk
nobody
owned by
anything.
outside
Christians.
business wise. You
My
deal with the
brother,
North
I'm
Zola, you
business
should
talking
wise.
not. You
about the
should not be
South
proud of that.
Nigeria that's owned by Christians. Why are they not
You
building
you
South
should be
Nigeria?
lucky. You should be
You a
lucky that
hypocrite, bro.
you should be lucky. You live in a Christian place whereby they forgive you. Go ask the people that took to Oman to talk you to
I
Iran
don't
what
care
they did to
about the
them.
North. We're talking about the South because the lady came over here and said that the Christian countries are better.
Basic,
So I said, okay,
basic,
so if they're better, why
basic,
are you not
basic,
building your country? Because most all the Christian
basic,
countries
basic.
in Africa, they're poor.
Messick.
3 days
The
ago, he
Christians,
was just bragging about the propriety
Give
of
me
the North
just
in
give me
business,
30
but now he's
seconds.
gonna
Just give me 30
castigate him.
seconds, man.
That's crazy. What,
Yeah,
pick
go
a
to the
side,
hospital.
man.
yeah. Give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds, please. Give me 30 seconds, please. Right? You know this show has been going on for a couple hours, right?
You know, the
You know,
Fulanis are evil human beings.
you know, okay.
You just said you want to do business. You
Okay,
only do
Kudolo.
business with this, though.
Okay, Kudolo. Okay. That's your opinion. But let me say this real quick,
What's
right?
my opinion?
You
What's
know,
my opinion? That's the truth.
okay, Kudola. Okay, it's your opinion.
Look at Nigeria, what they're doing to
Okay,
Nigeria.
well, let me speak, Kudola. Let me speak, please. You know, this topic has been going on for like a couple hours, right? Some people has been listening on, behind, right? And then they got triggered. Why they got triggered? Because of everybody came here, right? It looks like the black folks came up here and the black people from America too, right? Praising Ibrahim Traoré. You know, some people cannot stand that because the guy, for some reason, is a Muslim. Some people is a Muslim. Some people cannot stand it because the guy is a Muslim. So now they come up here now to have a personal grief. Instead of them, coming here to say how can we fix Africa better, they want their people as a Muslim, as a Christian. They wish that Ibrahim Traoré was a Christian. How come you guys cannot create your own Ibrahim Traoré that's a Christian then? You know, if you have a hateful like that, create your own Ibrahim Traoré where you come from as a Christian, so the black people around the world could come and admire that person. Because it looked like the last person that spoke before the lady, he clearly said Ibrahim Traoré and those three people are like one of the best leaders in this 21st century. Some people got triggered, super triggered. I mean, if you are successful, if you are successful, right? I mean, implement that where you come from. I mean, your people are Christians. Implement that where you come from. If you are so successful and so smart, why say the white man and his culture and his religion is superior, right? And then it benefits you. Okay, if you believe that. Well, if you believe that, well, carry that where you come from, oh God. Carry that where you come from, madam. Because me, I don't have no control over that because I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Christian. I have no say where you come from. Your people that think like you have a say, have a control.
Why people don't let nobody to talk? Why you be talking since I be listening? Let me talk. You be talking since you be talking since without nobody allow nobody to talk. You know, this is complicated. If you check among all the colonies, yes, Christianity might come with a very bad job by slave trade and everything. But before the Christians came to some of this slave trade business, the Muslims be causing havoc. And most of them by the Fulani Caliphate, the Sokoto people, the Sokoto Caliphate was having millions of slaves they ship out to the Arabian territory from the Sahel over there. Nobody ever thought about that. What happened to those slaves? They took to Turkey to Oman. If you check Oman, they took to this area. Most of them was being sterilized for them not to have children and everything. At least in America, they could build up to 40 million population. You see me? If you look at the Iran, they also call the Persian Gulf, the way they treat their slaves, up to today, those people live in the shadow town. Look at Palestine; they live in like a gutter. You start over there. Look at Turkey; those who were kind of like heavily being brainwashed or something, give something that made them look like zombies. If you check the one they took to India when the Muslim man was ruling there, the Sidis or the Pakistanis, check what they do there. They muddy block for the rest of their life. At least in the Christian world, they come with mercy to some of these African countries. They come with how to treat some malaria, some of these countries. They came with school how to educate ourselves. If you check those that went to the United States, they didn't ask them, are you a Muslim or a Christian? They give you free life for you to operate, to achieve your goals without no hindrance. If you go to Saudi Arabia and you are a black human being, they might give you some access to do some certain things. You know your limit and you know what you can achieve. Otherwise, they will flame you up and you'll be finished. Look at what UAE is doing to Sudan even. UAE is the one sponsoring those Janjaweeds that is eliminating the darker skinned people in Sudan.
So Kidola,
That's more
The
UAE.
Christians are propping up the UAE.
Hold on. So Kidola, so based on your argument, right? Who do you think is funding these terrorists in the Sahel?
Oh, the Middle East men, the Middle East men are involved.
It's not the
Catholic
Middle
France
East,
is
it's
doing
France.
it, brother.
It's France is involved. So what
Catholic
are you
France
saying?
and
what is
Orthodox
France?
Ukraine is doing it.
France is a Christian nation. So what are you saying?
Besides even that, right? He identified India. India has a caste, like a casting, like whatever they call it. I can't
The
figure out
caste
the name.
system.
Yes, exactly. So which means if
Through
you belong,
Hinduism.
you understand me, right? Yeah. Just like how the Beni Oba, they have the so-called slaves, as we speak currently, a caste system that's very similar in Nigeria. So this the
Where Benin? Where Benin? Where Benin? Where Benin they have class system? Where Benin?
See,
Are you talking about the Edo?
You see, this the problem with Nigerians, right? That's why I said. That's why I said West Africa.
No, where Benin? Because I'm a Benin man. Where Benin? I'm a Benin man. Where Benin?
We cannot wait for Nigeria to
Where
fix
Benin?
West Africa. We cannot wait for Nigeria to fix West Africa. I stand by.
Where Benin? Where the Fulani? Look. Where the Fulani are killing the middle belt people.
Serious, man.
You know, when they look, don't believe this Fulani. These Fulani people, they are 10% in Nigeria. They're about 7% in this Fulani people. They're about 7% in Nigeria, but they're causing havoc heavily in Nigeria, in Plateau State, in Benue State, even in Borno State. They're all terrorists.
Out of 500 tribes, all you know is Fulani. You the same guy last week, right? You said you never do no business with an Igbo man. You the same guy. You never do business with an Igbo man. Igbos.
I deal with Hausas. Hausa is different from Fulani. Hausa is different. Hausa is different from Fulani.
You the same guy.
I deal with Hausa. Not Fulani. Hausa is different from Fulani.
Yeah, you didn't make that distinction when you
because Hausa is different from Fulani.
Nah, you correct, but you didn't make that distinction last week.
That's what I tell you right now. I'm making straight to you. Hausa is different from Fulani.
No, I know.
The Fulani, the Fulani that will come to your territory, they will pretend for they start causing havoc there. You know, the Nigeria problem is still the fight of the Sokoto Caliphate, the man that owns the law of slaves.
So you're telling me the Fulanis in the south is preventing you from building the roads? Is that what you're saying?
No, we develop it. If you check the map of Nigeria and check the map of North, you see how backward the North is because of these Fulani people.
I know about the North. I'm talking about the south.
It's really
the south is far more developed.
But the argument in
the south. Let me tell you one thing. When Nigeria have independence, as from 1970 something, they have to sponsor the northern people to go to school for free while we were paying for school fees. All our money was being sponsored to the north. They even paid them to go to school. They paid them to go to school. They paid them to go to school in the north.
Kidola, stop making noises, man. You making noises.
You know, they paid them to go to school in the north.
The black people in America came out and said, Ibrahim Traoré is the greatest leader right now in the 21st century. You just mad. And that crazy lady of yours. If you are superior, you have your own states. You have your own states, right? Develop your own states. Develop your own states. Develop your own states.
She didn't say anything. What did she say? She said,
develop your own state, man.
So she,
but she did your own state, man. You're Nigerians, man. That's why. At the end of the day, man, I don't take y'all Nigerians serious, man.
They think that's a joke.
The Christians are right.
I don't take y'all Nigerians serious, man.
That's a joke.
You guys are a joke, man.
If what she said that was accurate, then every Christian nation and every Christian country in Africa will be developed. And none of it is developed.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Okay. Let me ask him a question, right?
It has nothing. Hold on. I got you. It has nothing to do with Christianity. It has nothing to do with Islam. It's pretty much they are in bed with the West and certain Arab countries, the leaders. But go ahead, Super Africa. Go ahead.
Let me ask him a question because I get tired of these people, right? When they claim that they are the smartest people in Nigeria, right? Let me ask him a question, right? In the 1800s, right? Name me a book that you guys wrote in the early 1800s. Name me a book that you guys wrote.
I can name the havoc and the atrocity you people caused to the other people.
No.
You people are
Name me a
slave
book
dealers,
that you
people are
guys
slave
wrote.
traders, and you people go for nothing.
No. Name me a book that you guys wrote in the early 1800s.
Which book?
Since you guys are so smart.
Is it to wrote?
Name me a book that you guys wrote in the early 1800s.
Okay, any book, the book. Let's assume the book.
Name me a book that you guys wrote in the early 1800s.
You see, you want to make it personal. You try to avoid the evilness that your people are caught.
You and your super Nigerian Christian.
It's not about.
This is what you guys do. That's why I said Nigeria cannot get fixed.
It's not about the book.
Because you guys come here, you guys got jealous of Ibrahim Traoré. Because the black man that was up here praised Ibrahim Traoré as the greatest leader in the 21st century. You guys cannot stand that. What country on Ibrahim Traoré did? Country on Ibrahim
She did give him his credit though. She just came up here capping about
No, she didn't. She was being slick. I know these people.
She said he's a great
I know these people.
Trust my brother. Trust my brother. Christianity agenda. She's probably a Christian nationalist.
Trust my brother, man. I know these people. I know these people very well.
Let me.
You can't take Nigeria serious. You can't take Nigeria serious, man.
Okay, let's assume. Let's assume. Hold on.
Can I have the
floor? You talk about stones at somebody. And then after that, they said, "Oh, don't do that to us."
Hold on.
She can have the floor.
You talk about book. You talk about book. You talk about. Show me the development of what the Fulani. Hold on. Show me the development.
Your people did not write no book in the 1800s.
Hold on. Show me the.
Your people did not write no book in the 1800s.
Show me the development of the Hausa man.
Can I speak, please?
Kadola, stop it, man. Kadola, stop it, man. You said out your own mouth. You said out your own mouth. You would never. No. I got you. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up after this. I'm gonna shut up after this. You said out your own mouth.
Diners, can you let Africa in? He's in the back.
You said out your own mouth. You will never do business with an Igbo. 95% of Igbos are Christians. You a hypocrite.
Brother,
you do business with the North. So instead, you do business with Muslims because you know at least they have dignity. Like, come on, man. Y'all Nigerians, man. This is.
Yeah, he did contradict himself.
West Africa cannot wait for you guys, man. West Africa cannot wait for you guys. Man, F that. Y'all Nigerians are something else, man.
Diners, you there?
Okay, can I have the floor? Can I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. You can speak.
Thank you. Okay. I am FBA. I'm a Black American, and I have no dog in the fight concerning the side of African Muslims or African Christians. But I did take time to read the article that Question to Ponder did cite, and she misunderstood the results of the survey. And I'm just going to read a couple of things to let you know. For those of you who have not taken statistics at a graduate level, first thing to know, when anyone is citing an academic journal, the research that they're citing, it only represents a snapshot in time, okay? It's just a picture of what's going on at that particular time. All right, so just keep that in mind. Now, she was accurate when she stated that the results did indicate that students who came from Christian families seem to perform higher academically than Muslim students, okay? That was the finding of the results. But with any research, there are limitations to the study. And I am reading directly from the article, and this is from the researcher, and he says, this study was us saying, let's paint the broad picture. It's going to miss a lot of the nuances, but at least it's going to be a complete picture. Now, we're saying to our colleagues, okay, we have a fairly comprehensive picture. but we're missing a lot. How can we fill in the gaps? So with any research, there are limitations. One limitation that was cited in the article, which question to ponder, either she didn't understand it or she just intentionally left this out. And I want you all to understand this because I'm reading directly from the article.
Yes.
Oh, so bad. Hold on. Let her finish. Go ahead,
okay.
Maya.
There might be an assumption that when Muslims are in the minority, there's discrimination against them, and the discrimination widens the educational mobility gap. But that's not the case. In some districts, Muslim minorities are doing better than Christians, making more gains. It's when they are in districts where they are the dominant group that they are systematically underperforming. So basically what he's saying is this: when Muslim students are highly concentrated in an academic arena, they are not receiving education on par with Christian Africans. It is not that they are cognitively superior or that they are underperforming. They are just not getting the resources that Christian Africans are getting. So that was the limitation of the research that the researchers noted with their work. So Super Africa, I know you were a little irritated by what Question to Ponder said, but I wanted to give you that information. The study is not conclusive that Christian Africans perform academically higher or better than Muslim students. And that's all I wanted to say. And if you all have any questions, but please read the article.
Now, her extrapolation was definitely fallacious. I mean, even on it, like you can't ascribe those statistics that the theology makes somebody make somebody's cognitive faculties greater than somebody else's.
Dinus, you there?
Let me say this, right? Yeah, let me say this real quick, right? This lady right here, I remember 2 years ago, right? She was the same one claiming that Nigerians are doing 10 times better than Black Americans. This lady has a way of, just stirring up things and then after that run and go hide. She was the same one, telling FBA, oh, you guys are dumb because you know what? Nigerians come here, they do so awesome, they do so great. Look at the numbers, look at this and that. If y'all don't believe me, I remember her voice.
Hey guys, we gotta close out. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. See you next time, family. Guidance, search for real peace.
Man, stupid Nigerians.